1919 was an auspicious year in history. The First World War ended, ushering a drastic change in the world order. The Philippine Islands had been a U.S. territory for 2 decades and was promised independence under the Jones Law of 1916. Progressive reformers saw the country and its people as a major target for modernization, and education was its main weapon. 7 forward-looking Filipinas came together in 1919 to create a school where young women could gain the knowledge and skills that would make them modern women. Paz Marquez Benitez was the first president of the Philippine Women's College. Abad Santos was its first chairman of the Board of Trustees. Francisca Tirona Benitez was the second president, and with her husband Dean Conrado, guided the school from a house on A. Flores Street to its iconic Taft Avenue campus. In 1932, the college became a university, making PWU the first university for women in Asia founded by Asians. It provided a space where innovations in education flourished, and young people were encouraged to be the best that they could be. For over 100 years, the Philippine Women's University has been known as a leader in quality education. In 1934, PWU moved into its main campus on Taft Avenue, and since the 1970s has been co-educational. Located in the heart of Metro Manila, it is easily accessible by public transport and surrounded by affordable housing. Today's PWU offers undergraduate and graduate courses in several fields of study. Its business and management programs are responsive to the needs of industry, using evolving technology for global competence. PWU graduates excel in arts and sciences, education, social work, and diplomacy. Its fine arts and music programs have produced outstanding graduates through a holistic education that treasures heritage as well as excellence. PWU has pioneered in fields such as food science, nutrition and dietetics, medical technology, pharmacy, and nursing. PWU continues to play an essential role in producing graduates who possess the skills that make them competitive in the country and anywhere in the world.
We are a united community.
We may not be blood related,
but we Patriots are one big family.
Being part of the PWU community strengthens us.
Through the years, we support each other through good times and bad times.
We Patriots always have each other's back.
It's a big honor to be part of a community that is open to the ideas of each other.
Drives us to excel and be the best version of ourselves.
That's the standard of excellence that we Patriots strive for.
I'm thankful that this community lets us be who we want to be.
We thrive because we accept each other for who we are.
And like a family, we treat each other equally.
Actually, PWU gave us a home and helped us to be a patriot in society.
We may have different individual drums and instruments,
but we march to the same beat together as one united community.
Do you want to march with our community of patriots?
I am a patriot.
I am a patriot.
I am a patriot.
I am a patriot.
It or tea. So with our fast-paced lifestyle, we want to eat something easy to prepare and readily available. That's why consumption of processed foods has become widespread and continues to grow. Although these processed foods have been altered from its original form, they still provide numerous health benefits. Nutrients and active components like phytochemicals are preserved. However, whenever we hear the word processed foods, it gives us a negative connotation. That's why we will try to discover today, is it a myth or a fact? A pleasant morning to all of you, all our dear professors, colleagues, and friends. The Philippine Women's University School of Nutrition welcomes you to our current issues and trends in clinical nutrition webinar entitled Phytochemicals in Processed Foods, Impact on Health and Disease. We want to say thank you to our dear participants for taking time to join us today. You'll leave with learning more about phytochemicals and its beneficial effect to your health. We've also got free surprises for you, so stay tuned to learn more about it. So before we start, let us all rise for the invocation to be followed by our Philippine National Anthem.
isiid sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw. May dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Lupa ng araw ng at ipagsintabay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga abi ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
All right, to officially open our webinar, let us all welcome our very inspiring and beloved Professor Dr. Leonora N. Panlasige, R&D, DPBCN, Dean Emeritus of the School of Nutrition. Ma'am?
Hello, good morning to everyone. Welcome to this clinical nutrition webinar that we have today, July 2. This webinar is a requirement of the graduate program of MSCN, Master of Science in Clinical Nutrition, being offered at PWU. Before, it was only PWU that offers this, but I heard that UPLB is now offering the same MSCN. The students in this graduate program are all health professionals, but they're mostly registered nutritionists, dietitians. We have doctors, we have chemists, we have medical technologists, food technologists as students. In this course entitled Current Issues and Controversies, the students are required to dig in the literature, be conscious about what is the truth, what are the facts and fallacies in clinical nutrition. Okay. Now, I think you know very well that during the last 2 years pandemic, no, as mentioned by Dawn, our very good-looking MC, no, she said that I think we consume a lot of processed foods, and so you wonder why? Because it's very easy, no, it's very convenient. But the thing is, these processed foods is still healthy. That's the main, challenge. Is it still healthy? Is still nutritious? But then, as they look around in the literature, they have seen so many scientific researches on the active components of these processed foods, and these are the so-called phytochemicals. You know? And I think it's very interesting that they will discuss this, you know, in the seminar, that there are so many important functions of these processed foods. So, be it, the management or prevention of some diseases such as cardiovascular diseases, or maybe, help in exercise, in our mood, especially in pandemic, right? We are moody. Our cognitive function might have been reduced. Okay, so that's the essence, guys, of this clinical nutrition seminar entitled Phytochemicals in Processed Foods, Impact on Health and Disease. Now, but before I go, today is July, right? But July, when you say, I think all nutritionists should be aware of it because it is considered as a nutrition month. And I think this is one of the, few things that Imelda Marcos did for the Philippines. Nutrition month means, what do we do in nutrition month? We have conferences, we hold seminars, we hold cooking demonstrations and all that. No, and I think for each year there's a theme, and I hope I can say it correctly. All right, near normal nutrition, sabay-sabay nating hanapan ng solusyon. Okay, guys, sit down and relax. I am sure you will learn a lot from our very efficient, very active health professionals talk about the effect of phytochemicals on health and disease. Once again, good morning to everyone.
All right, thank you, Doc Pandasige, for those beautiful welcome remarks. Now, before we start with our first session, let me remind all of you, our dear audience, of some webinar etiquettes. So please keep yourselves muted and cameras off at all times. If you have any questions to any of our speakers, please feel free to type in your messages or your questions in the chat box, and we will direct them to the speakers during our Q&A portion at the end of each session. And we would like to remind everyone also to please don't forget to answer the evaluation form that will be posted at the end of the webinar to claim your certificates of participation for today's webinar. And for all those who pre-registered, we have exciting raffle prizes in store for you. And so to start the ball rolling, for our first session, our speakers will talk about the effect of different phytochemicals in relation to cardiovascular health and disease. So our first speaker is Ms. Alyssa Marie Katapang, a registered nutritionist dietitian. She finished her degree of Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics with Food Service Management in St. Scholastica's College, Manila. She is currently affiliated as a clinical dietitian at Bawan Doctors General Hospital and presently the Secretary of the Nutritionist Dietitians Association of the Philippines Batangas chapter. Our second speaker is Ms. Ayasa Joyce Golar, a registered nutritionist dietitian. She graduated cum laude in Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics at the University of the East, Manila. She is currently working as a dietetics supervisor at Manila Central University Hospital. Our last speaker for the first session is Ms. Mary Nicole Victorio, a registered nutritionist dietitian. She graduated cum laude in Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics at Polytechnic University of the Philippines in 2018. She is currently affiliated at Philippine General Hospital as a nutritionist dietitian too. So again, let us all welcome Ms. Alyssa Marie Katapang.
Hit the heart disease and feel the healthy beat. A pleasant morning to each and everyone. My talk for today is entitled Association between Phenolic Acids in Powdered Green Tea and Hypertension. I will give an overview on phenolic acids, powdered green tea, and hypertension, and show you the association of phenolic acid present in powdered green tea or hypertension and hypertension. And finally, some take-home messages about my talk. Phenolic acid. It is a type of phytochemicals, also called polyphenol. It generally describes the phenolic compound having one carboxylic acid group. Phenolic acid, they are found in the variety of plant-based foods and commercially processed food like the powdered green tea. They are one of the main classes of plant phenolic compounds. A great amount of phenolic acid in plants and beverages as well, with a high level of such compounds, it may reduce the risk of developing several diseases due to their antioxidant power, among other factors. Phenolic acid can improve the digestion, the brain function, as well as protect against blood clot and cardiovascular diseases. Also, phenolic acids are readily absorbed along our gastrointestinal tract. They may be also beneficial to your health because they work as antioxidants that prevent cellular damage due to free radical oxidation reaction. They may also promote the anti-inflammatory conditions in your body when you eat them regularly. Has everyone here tried drinking matcha? With impressive health benefits and a rich taste, matcha's popularity and trendy beverage have grown over the recent years. Green tea has long been a recommended part of a healthy diet. Another brighter shade is becoming increasingly popular. Do you know that this is different from the regular green tea, where the leaves are infused in water, then removed? In drinking brewed green tea, you will get some of the nutrients, but you're throwing away the best bit. With matcha, you're drinking the whole tea leaves. Here's what you should know about this beverage. Matcha is a pulverized green tea that's rich in bioactive compounds, particularly phenolic compounds with antioxidant activity. Matcha is a type of green tea made by taking young tea leaves and grinding them into a bright green powder. Manufacturers are used specialized growing and processing technique to turn the Camellia sinensis leaves into matcha. Matcha leaves are grown on green tea bushes kept under shade. The shade increases the amount of the chlorophyll content on the leaves. This is what which is make them bright green and full of nutrients. Also, matcha has a vibrant green color. So what does matcha taste like? It has a complex taste profile that includes soothing vegetal flavors, natural sweet nuttiness, a hint of bitterness, and a delightful savory finish. Matcha, like other green teas, it contains a class of antioxidant called catechins, the EGCG or the epigallocatechin gallate, which is a catechin. This acts as a potent antioxidant that may protect against cellular damage caused by free radicals. Free radicals, these are highly reactive particles formed in our body. This can cause cellular damage at very high levels. Hence, this AGCG present in matcha may play a role in protecting our cells from damage and thus preventing diseases. But green tea or matcha plays a central role in flushing out toxins, metabolizing drugs, and processing nutrients. Hypertension or high blood pressure. Blood pressure is written as two numbers. If your numbers are 140 over 90 or higher, you probably have high blood pressure. Hypertension. It is also known as raised or high blood pressure. It is a condition in which the blood vessels have persistently raised pressure. It is a significant and increasing global health issue. It is a leading cause of cardiovascular disease and premature death worldwide due to its effect on the end organs. Hypertension-related cardiovascular mortality rates are rising in tandem with the increasing global prevalence of chronic kidney disease, diabetes mellitus, and obesity. Now, let us find out if there is an association between the intake of matcha and hypertension. In a study done by Andrea Macada-Miranda et al., entitled Association Between Polyphenol Intake and Hypertension in Adults and Older Adults, published in the Journal of Human Nutrition in 2016. Here, they evaluated the association between the intake of polyphenols and hypertension in a general population of Sao Paulo in Brazil. Subjects were 550, aged 20 to 59 years old. This is a cross-sectional observational study. Anthropometric data, as well as blood pressure, were measured. The physical activity level, the smoking status, also the socio-demographic information, the age, sex, race, the educational level, and family income of the participants were asked. For the physical activity level, it was categorized as daily, low active, or active. The smoking status was categorized as non-smoker, former smoker, or current smoker. The dietary intake also was measured by 224-hour recalls. The MSM, or the multiple source method, this is a statistical modeling technique used to estimate the usual dietary intake of polyphenols and nutrients like sodium, saturated fat, fiber, and alcohol. Here, Table 1 presents the association between the age group of participants to tertiles of total polyphenol intake. The number of the subject was 550. The result shows that the interquartile range, or the IQR, tells you the spread of the middle half of the distribution. T1 here represents the lowest tertile of the participants, which is 167. T2 or the middle represents subject of 179. And finally, the highest tertile here showed a total of 204 participants. The highest tertile of the total polyphenol intake is significantly associated with age, specifically adults aged 20 to 59 years old. As you can see here in table 2, the association between tertiles of polyphenol intake and hypertension. The odds ratio is a measure of association between exposure, which is the intake of polyphenolic acid, and an outcome, which is hypertension. The 95% confidence interval is a range of values that you can be 95% confident contains the true mean of the population. They found out that phenolic acid were significantly associated with the dietary intake and hypertension cases of the subject in the middle tertile here in T2, showing a 301.97 milligram per day. The analysis showed an inverse and significant association only in the middle tertile between the total polyphenol intake, specifically the phenolic acid, and hypertension. They concluded that there is an inverse and significant association between polyphenols and such as phenolic acid and hypertension, showing the importance of the consumption of the polyphenol-rich foods. Further clinical trials are needed to confirm the promising protective effect of polyphenols on hypertension and establish desired minimum levels of intake. Now, the group of Godos in 2017 made a study published in the Journal of Nutrients entitled Association between Dietary Phenolic Acid and Hypertension in Mediterranean Cohort. Here, they determined the effect of the dietary phenolic acid as well as their major food sources on hypertension. This involved a cohort of 1,937 adults living in the Mediterranean area. This is a cohort study, a study design where one or more samples are followed by prospectively and subsequently status evaluation with respect to a disease or outcome are conducted to determine whether participants' exposure or characteristics are associated with it. Patients were considered hypertensive when average systolic and diastolic blood pressure levels were higher or equal to 140/90. They got the demographic data of the subjects. Also, then the phenolic intake database was used to calculate the consumption of food with phenolic acid. Then dietary assessment was performed through food frequency questionnaire. As you can see here in table 1, they compared phenolic intake expressed as mean milligram per day. Here, and phenolic acid by quartile, the Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. Here, the red box shows that model 3 are the participants that are adherents to the Mediterranean diet that is characterized by a healthy dietary pattern and also have a 95 confidence interval, which is a range around a measurement that conveys how precise the measurement is. Quartile 1 here represents the lowest mean intake, which is 112.12 milligram per day. And the quartile 4 represents the highest mean intake, which is 807.81 milligram per day. Individuals in the highest quartile, Q4 of the total phenolic acid intake, which is 0.65 here, were less likely to have hypertension. Now, here in the table 2, is the association between the major food sources of phenolic acid and hypertension. They found out that the tea, or specifically green tea, intake is included in the Mediterranean diet of the subjects. The consumption of green tea as part of the Mediterranean diet had beneficial effect on biomarkers of hypertension that has associated with the lower risks of cardiometabolic disorders. The study also shows that green tea is one of the factors that can lower blood pressure and has an anti-hypertensive effect. Likewise, green tea intake showed a decrease in mortality. They concluded that the dietary phenolic acid may be inversely associated with hypertension irrespective of their dietary source. Phenolic content of the diet may be responsible for the observed beneficial effect on blood pressure of certain foods. Dietary intervention programs promoting increased intake of phenolic acid through higher consumption of functional foods are needed to confirm the promising finding obtained from this study. Since there is a growing number of evidence on the association of green tea and hypertension, Xiao Peng et al. Made a meta-analysis entitled Effects of Green Tea Supplementation on Blood Pressure, published in International Journal of Scientific Reports in 2019. Here, they searched for all the articles that investigated the effects of green tea supplementation on blood pressure control. They included 24 studies with a total of 1,697 adults aged 18 years old and over. A meta-analysis of randomized controlled trial, it is an experimental form of an impact evaluation in which the population receiving the intervention is also chosen at random and the control group from the eligible population. The RCTs with parallel design, it is an experimental study in which each subject is randomized to one or two or more distinct treatment group. The adult subjects who ingested green tea for greater than or equal to 2 weeks, 24 trials comprising a total of 1,697 subjects were included in the meta-analysis, and green tea catechins in the treatment group ranged from 208 to 1,344 milligram per day. This figure shows the net changes in systolic blood pressure in randomized trial of green tea supplementation. First, the author's surname and the year of the publication of the 24 studies. The weight, this indicates how precise or how much influence a study has on the overall effect. As you can see here in the forest plot, the horizontal line, this lines represents each studies. The width of the line represents the confidence interval. So the wider the 95 confidence interval, the less precise the study has compared with those studies with a narrower 95 confidence interval. In the forest plot, the size of the square, here the green square represents the effect size, which is proportional to the study weight. Here, the study done by Hill weighs the heaviest, which is 10.9%. Next, the vertical line shows the line of no effect, this vertical line. It also marks the point where there are no clear differences. Here, in this study, there are 4 studies that do not cross the vertical line. The first, the second study, the third, and the fourth study. Meaning, if they do not cross the vertical line, these 4 studies are statistically significant. As you can see in the lower portion, the diamond shape fold effect falls to the left of the plot, which means it favors the experimental, which is the supplementation of the green tea. And it does not cross the relative risk of 0. Heterogeneity, it is the extent to which the effect sizes vary within the meta-analysis. Here, the I squared, which is 43%, represents the moderate potential level of heterogeneity. So since the confidence interval do not cross the line of no effect, this means that the overall effect is significant. The overall outcome of the meta-analysis revealed that green tea consumption significantly decreased systolic blood pressure level. In addition, the results of the analysis suggested that the beneficial effect of green tea with respect to the STP and DBP might be more pronounced in subjects with hypertension hypertension or high normal BP or other CVD risks. In the meta-analysis, findings indicated that subjects with hypertension and CVD would obtain the maximum benefit from green tea with respect to SBP and DBP reduction. They concluded that evidence from randomized trial suggests that green tea supplementation may have a role in lowering both SBP and DBP. Both green tea supplementation can be performed for the prevention of hypertension or as an adjuvant antihypertensive therapy. Additional trials with larger sample size, longer duration, various catechin doses, and high quality are needed in the future. For my take-home messages, help promoting lifestyle modification like the consumption of matcha can improve the blood pressure control. Powdered green tea can have a beneficial effect and can use as an antihypertensive. Any amount of matcha can and will benefit your health, though the most common recommendation is 2 to 3 servings per day. Articles suggested that even the small changes in BP caused by the dietary modification, this might have a significant impact on the prevalence of hypertension. And finally, all in all, moderation is the key to everything. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, nakamute po kayo, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning to everyone. In view of the discussion of phytochemicals in processed foods, I would like to share my topic entitled The Phytosterols in Beverages and its Role in Managing Cardiovascular Diseases. During my talk, I will be discussing about the plant phytosterols and its benefits, the global and local prevalence of cardiovascular diseases, and the strategies that are recommended to reduce its risk. I'll also present studies on phytosterols and give some take-home messages after. So we as a consumer sometimes see labels such as heart active, heart wise, heart right, and heart smart, and with added phytosterols in several food items such as vegetable oil, yogurt, and canned juices. But do we really know what these labels mean? Join me as I will discuss this to you. Generally, phytosterols are bioactive compounds naturally found in foods of plant origin, which can be divided into plant sterols and plant estanols. They are structurally and functionally similar to cholesterol, but cannot be fully utilized and absorbed in the gut. Phytosterols are naturally present in plant-based foods such as vegetables and seeds, and it is also proven as a natural cholesterol-lowering agent with consistent reduction in low-density lipoprotein, or often we call as the bad cholesterol. This phytochemical has a nutraceutical approach to reduce blood cholesterol concentrations by interfering with intestinal cholesterol absorption. It is important because lowering LDL cholesterol leads to reduction of cardiovascular diseases. To shed a light on this, cardiovascular diseases or CVD is a group of conditions affecting the heart and the blood vessels, usually associated with a buildup of fatty deposits inside the arteries and an increased risk for blood clots. According to World Health Organization, cardiovascular diseases are #1 cause of death globally, with an estimate of 17.9 million deaths in 2019, representing a total of 32% of the global deaths. In the Philippines, deaths due to heart diseases were also leading cause of death in 2020, with 99.7 thousand cases or 17.3% of the total deaths in the country. With this, the National Cholesterol Education Program, initiated by National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, recognizes that elevated LDL cholesterol is an independent risk factor for heart diseases and has identified that lowering the LDL is a primary goal to reduce the cardiovascular diseases. Lifestyle modification, physical activity, and healthy diet is accepted as a first step towards reducing LDL cholesterol in individuals with hypercholesterolemia or high blood cholesterol. Furthermore, the National Cholesterol Education Program has recommended the inclusion of phytosterol-containing functional foods into the diet as a part of the strategy to reduce LDL cholesterol, thereby lowering cardiovascular disorders. They have also recommended adults to consume 2 grams of phytosterols daily to reduce LDL cholesterol and cardiovascular disease risk. To further discuss the role of the phytosterol in cardiovascular disease risk reduction, let me share you an article entitled The Cardioprotective Effects of Phytosterol-Enriched Functional Black Tea in Subjects with Mild Hypercholesterolemia. It is conducted by the group of RM and published by the Journal of Functional Foods in 2017. The objective of the study is to investigate the cardioprotective effects of phytosterol-enriched instant black tea in subjects with mild hypercholesterolemia and was conducted to 99 volunteer subjects aged 25 to 60. A randomized double-blind placebo-controlled study was conducted to volunteer subjects. 99 volunteers were randomly divided into 3 groups, such as the placebo group or the PBO group, which is the control group of the study, and consists of 33 participants. The second group is the instant black tea or the IBT group, which consists of 34 participants. And lastly, the functional black tea or the FBT group, which consists of 32 participants, and also the intervention group of the study. All tea and placebo samples consumed by the study groups were in a powdered form and ready to dissolve in water before consumption. All samples were packed in an airtight food container and is coded as yellow for the placebo, blue for the IBT, and then red for FBT. Apart from flavoring compounds, the PBO sample did not contain either black tea. The IBT sample contained only black tea, and then the FBT sample contains 2.5 gram black tea and 1 gram phytosterol mixture. During the 4-week intervention period, each sample was dissolved in 250 ml of water and consumed twice a day, once between breakfast and lunch, and then once between lunch and dinner. Subjects were also instructed to maintain their stabilization diet and physical activity. Blood samples were taken by venipuncture 3 times during the entire study. First is at the beginning of checking the compliance with the study population criteria. Second is after 2 weeks of allocation. And then lastly, after 4 weeks of the intervention period. Blood samples were checked by enzymatic method to measure the total cholesterol, LDL and HDL cholesterol, and triglycerides, ApoA1 and ApoB levels of the study groups. Also, all participants has followed a 12-hour fasting period. BMI was determined using the Tanita body composition analyzer, and the waist to hip ratios were also calculated. The results in baseline anthropometric parameters in plasma biomarkers at the baseline and at 4 weeks in the 3 groups were presented in this slide. It is shown that compared with the baseline, total cholesterol and LDL cholesterol concentrations, including the total LDL cholesterol concentration, decreased in FBT group after the 4 weeks of intervention period. The participants who consumed FBT after the 4 weeks favorably improved the total cholesterol HDL cholesterol ratio and LDL HDL cholesterol ratio compared to the results at baseline. They have also seen a significant improvement of ApoB and FBT group. Apolipoprotein B is used to evaluate the risk for cardiovascular diseases. Moreover, no significant changes were found in HDL cholesterol and triacylglycerides concentrations in any of the study groups. The authors of the study have concluded that tea as a popular drink is an effective functional drink that possesses cholesterol-lowering properties when enriched with phytosterols. It was also shown in their study that the consumption of functional black tea supplemented by 2-gram phytosterol per day resulted in a significant reduction of total and LDL cholesterol levels, favorably improved the total cholesterol HDL cholesterol ratio and LDL HDL cholesterol ratio, and lowered ApoB concentrations. They have also concluded that an intake of 2 grams phytosterol per day is the optimal and efficacious dose that leads to lowering plasma LDL cholesterol by an average of 10% and is a positive adjunct to lifestyle of people at cardiovascular risk. So earlier we have talked about the tea drink. Now let's go on to milk as one of the highlighted beverages in my talk. A group of Chinese authors led by Qing Leung Chung conducted a study entitled The Randomized Controlled Trial of the Effects of Phytosterol-Enriched Low-Fat Milk in Lipid Profile in Chinese. In this study, they have tested if phytosterol-enriched milk is effective in lowering serum LDL cholesterol in 221 Chinese men and women aged 24 to 79 without cholesterol-lowering drugs. A randomized controlled double-blind placebo-controlled study was conducted in a tertiary institution hospital in Hong Kong, wherein each participant was randomly assigned to one of the 2 groups through block randomization. The first group is the treatment group, which consists of 110 subjects and that is given milk powder containing phytosterols at a daily dose of 1.5 grams. The second study group is the placebo group with 111 participants and were given milk powder without phytosterol content. Participants in the treatment group were instructed to consume powder milk orally with 1.5 gram plant sterols daily, provided in 2 servings. Each serving consisted of 246 ml water and 38.1 gram milk powder. This is taken immediately after breakfast and lunch for 3 consecutive weeks. Participants in the placebo group consume placebo low-fat milk with the same administration regimen and schedule. Both groups were advised not to change their dietary habits during the entire study period. So the assessment of the blood pressure, body temperature, body height and weight, waist and hip circumference were performed at baseline and at the end of the study. Serum LDL cholesterol and HDL cholesterol, total cholesterol, triglycerides, creatinine, and fasting blood glucose were measured using ortho-vitreous automated analyzer at the baseline and at the end of the study. This slide shows the mean change of clinical endpoints of both the study groups after the intervention period of 3 weeks. The results have shown that after 3 weeks, subjects in treatment group who received phytosterol enriched milk had a significant reduction in low density lipoprotein cholesterol and a significant decrease in total cholesterol when compared with the placebo. Also, a decrease in diastolic blood pressure compared to placebo was observed. However, they did not find any significant change in systolic blood pressure, height, weight, BMI, waist and hip circumference, serum creatinine, HDL cholesterol, triglycerides, and fasting glucose levels after the supplementation. The main finding of their study was that the consumption of 1.5 gram phytosterol per day reduced LDL cholesterol, total cholesterol, and diastolic blood pressure. They have also concluded that aside from lowering cholesterol, the low-fat milk and enriched with phytosterols also provide an important daily source of calcium and protein. And lastly, the potential implication of their findings suggests that consuming 1.5 gram of phytosterol every day reduces LDL cholesterol, regardless of whether the baseline LDL is normal, marginal, or high. So similar findings are shown in another article entitled Cholesterol Lowering Effect of a Soy Drink Enriched with Plant Sterols in a French Population with Moderate Hypercholesterolemia by the group of Weidner, Christina, and was published by the Journal of Lipids in Health and Diseases in 2018. They have investigated the effect of a soy drink enriched with plant sterols on blood lipid profiles of 50 moderately hypercholesterolemic subjects aged 19 to 65. In this randomized placebo-controlled study, 50 subjects with known but untreated moderate hypercholesterolemia were screened based on their serum LDL cholesterol results of 130 to 220 milligram per deciliter and were randomly assigned to either of the two drinks. The first drink is the control soy drink, which consists of 200 ml soy drink without plant sterols. The other one is the soy drink enriched with plant sterols, which consists of 200 ml soy drink enriched with 1.6 gram per day plant sterol. During the 8 weeks of the intervention, the soy beverages were consumed once a day, with, either with breakfast or during the morning before noon. Participants were also encouraged to continue with their normal diet and exercise pattern during the study period. Clinical examination was performed and plasma concentration of lipids were measured 3 times during the entire study. Once is at the initial visit, after 4 weeks, and after 8 weeks. Baseline characteristics of the study subjects were shown in this slide. As we can see, there is no significant differences in baseline characteristics were detected between the study groups. The serum lipid concentration at baseline and at week 4 and week 8 is shown in this table. The authors observed a significant reduction in total cholesterol at week 4 and week 8 compared to the baseline. Also, a significant reduction of LDL cholesterol at week 4 and week 8 was observed in the subjects who consumed soy drink enriched with plant sterol compared with baseline. However, the results have shown that HDL cholesterol and the triglycerides were not affected during the intervention period. Based on the observation, the authors have concluded that a soy drink enriched with plant sterols is effective in lowering total and LDL cholesterol in subjects with moderate hypercholesterolemia. With the findings of the study, the soy drink enriched with plant sterols may be used as a potential dietary approach to management of hypercholesterolemia. So, with the studies that I have presented, the key findings show that the phytosterol is proven to have a cholesterol lowering effect, and then the supplementation of phytosterols in beverages such as tea, milk, and soy milk is beneficial in lowering LDL cholesterol levels and reducing risk for cardiovascular diseases. Also, the recommended amount of phytosterols for adults is 2 grams per day to reduce both LDL cholesterol and cardiovascular risk. So, allow me to end my talk with this statement: eat right and care for your heart. That would be all. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I will discuss the effect of isoflavones from soybean on serum lipids. For this talk, I will introduce to you the phytochemical isoflavones and what type of food contains this phytochemical. We will discuss its benefits and some of the evidences that supports these claims. And lastly, we will wrap up this talk with a short take-home message. Plant-based functional foods are natural or processed plant foods that contains known or unknown bioactive components called phytochemicals. Isoflavone is a type of phytochemical and is a class of plant-derived phytoestrogens belonging to the flavonoid family. Phytoestrogens are compounds that exhibit estrogenic activity. Since soy isoflavone are molecularly similar in structure to estrogen, a hormone responsible for the development and regulation of the female reproductive system, isoflavone have a tendency to bind the estrogen receptors in the body and may inhibit the activity of natural estrogen. So recently, scientists are interested in the tissue selective activities of phytoestrogens because anti-estrogenic effects in reproductive tissue could help reduce the risk of hormone-associated cancers such as breast, uterine, and prostate cancer, while the estrogenic effects in other tissue could help maintain bone mineral density and improve blood lipid profiles. So there are three primary categories of isoflavones, namely benzene, genistein, and glycine. Isoflavones are found in legumes including soybeans, chickpeas, faba beans, pistachios, peanuts, as well as mungo, sitaw, bataw, patani, and many more. Among these, soybean and soybean products are the richest source of isoflavones. Soy what? So isoflavones have been associated with a number of health benefits. It may help in protecting heart health by lowering the cholesterol levels and blood pressure. It is also widely used for reducing the severity of menopause symptoms. It reduces the risk of osteoporosis and prevents age-related cognitive decline. Consumption of foods containing isoflavones may increase the body's level of antioxidants and help support cellular health, and therefore may lower the risk of cancer. It shows healing properties in relation to cardiovascular disease and diabetes. However, because the dose of isoflavones from soy products used in animal or in vitro studies are much higher than those in the soy products regularly consumed by humans, the health benefits of soy for type 2 diabetes have been found in epidemiological studies to be limited and inconsistent. Whether the effects of isoflavones on lipid profiles and apolipoprotein levels differ between non-intervention and isoflavone treatment on patients with type 2 diabetes remains to be determined. That's why Xiaoxing Qi and his group conducted a study entitled Effects of Isoflavones on Lipid and Apolipoprotein Levels in Patients with Type 2 Diabetes in Heilongjiang, China, which was published in the Journal of Clinical Biochemistry and Nutrition in 2016. To investigate if isoflavones have observable effects on lipid profiles and apolipoprotein such as triglycerides, the total cholesterol, the low-density lipoprotein, or as we know, the bad cholesterol, high-density lipoprotein, also called as the good cholesterol, and apolipoprotein A1, which is the primary protein component of high-density lipoprotein, as well as apolipoprotein B, which is the major protein found in low-density lipoprotein. So it is a double-blind randomized trial with 120 women as subjects, where 80 participants have type 2 diabetes, while the remaining 40 is healthy individuals. So they divided the participants into 3 groups. Group 1 is called Diabetes Mellitus Non-Intervention Group, or the DMNIG, which consists of 40 women with type 2 diabetes. The second group is the treatment group called Isoflavone Dose Group, or the ISOG, with 40 women also with type 2 diabetes. And lastly, the third group, where 40 healthy individuals are included, are called the control group. The group 2, which is the treatment group, are given isoflavones with 435 milligrams per day for 2 months. So the soy isoflavones are placed in a capsule, and each capsule contains about 145 milligrams of soy isoflavones, while the placebo capsules were identical in size and color. And the only difference is that it contains starch and vitamins for the active formulation. After consuming the capsule for 2 months, they test the lipid profiles of each participant and their apolipoprotein. They also undergone oral glucose tolerance test to evaluate the ability of their body to absorb specific amount of glucose. So this table shows what they found out. Before the intervention, the level of lipid profile and apolipoprotein in DM non-intervention group and isoflavone group had no significant difference with control group. And after the intervention, notice that the difference with the level of total cholesterol, the triglycerides, low-density lipoprotein, high-density lipoprotein, and high-density lipoprotein, apolipoprotein A, and apolipoprotein B were not changed in control group and in DM non-intervention group. In the isoflavones decreased the levels of total cholesterol, triglycerides, LDL, while the level of high-density lipoprotein and apolipoprotein A1 were increased significantly in the treatment group after intervention. Apolipoprotein level also increased, but was not significant. So they concluded that the supplementation with 435 milligrams per day of isoflavones exerted favorable effect on the blood total cholesterol, low-density lipoprotein level, and duration of apolipoprotein A1 and apolipoprotein B. In another study conducted in 2022 by Shaja Hussain and Viva Bhatnagar, they examined the beneficial effects of soy isoflavones on blood pressure and lipid profile in Indian postmenopausal women, which was published in Asian Pacific Journal of Health Sciences. They conducted the study to determine the effects of isoflavones in the form of soy flour on lipid profiles and blood pressure in postmenopausal women diagnosed with medium risk of CVD. It was a 16-week placebo-controlled trial that was conducted on 60 postmenopausal women aged 45 to 55 years with medium risk of cardiovascular disease. After assessing a total of 60 postmenopausal women who were at medium risk of cardiovascular disease were enrolled in the study. Participants were assigned randomly to either a treatment or control group. The treatment group received a sachet of 40 grams soy flour containing 52.62 milligrams isoflavones daily for 16 weeks, while the control group was encouraged not to change their usual dietary habits and lifestyle and was instructed to avoid taking soybean and soybean products. The participants in the intervention group were trained on how they could prepare their chapati or the Indian bread with soy flour. Assessment of nutrient intake was based on 3-day dietary record, while the blood pressure of the participants were assessed twice at the right arm after 10 minutes using a calibrated mercury sphygmomanometer. The average of pre-seated systolic and diastolic blood pressure measurements was used for data analysis. And after 10 to 12 hours overnight fasting, 10 ml of blood was drawn and was collected from the participants to analyze their lipid profile. After gathering the data, they found out that after 16 weeks intervention, the mean systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure of the treatment group was significantly lower from baseline. Decrease in percentage change was also observed after intervention. So 6.28 in systolic blood pressure and 4.73 in diastolic blood pressure. This table presents data pertaining to the values of different fractions of lipid profile before and after the intervention. So no significant difference was found between the control and experimental group during the initiation of the study. Regarding total cholesterol, triglycerides, LDL, HDL, and very low density lipoprotein or VLDL, parameters of lipid profile, and the intervention resulted in a significantly reduced in total cholesterol, triglycerides, low density lipoprotein, and VLDL, while it is significantly increased in high density lipoprotein. So they concluded that soy inclusion as part of the daily diet has beneficial effects on blood pressure in postmenopausal women having medium risk of cardiovascular disease. A significant improvement in atherogenic lipid was also found. So when we say atherogenic lipids, these are the lipids that promotes the formation of fatty plaques in the arteries. In 2020, author Zara Yari and her research team published a study in nutrition, metabolism, and cardiovascular disease about the effects of soy isoflavones on serum lipids and apolipoprotein in peritoneal dialysis patients. To investigate the effects of soy isoflavone supplement on serum lipid and lipoprotein A in peritoneal dialysis patients. So this study was a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled trial consists of 42 patients, 27 men and 15 women undergoing continuous ambulatory peritoneal dialysis or DCAPD. The patients, after stratification based on diabetes, were allocated to either a soy isoflavone or placebo group by block randomization. So patients in soy isoflavone group receive 100 milligrams of soy isoflavones as 2 tablets daily for 8 weeks. The placebo group received 2 corresponding placebo-containing starch. The tablets were taken as 2 doses in the morning and in evening. At the end of the 8th week, 7 ml of blood was obtained from each patient after a 12 to 14-hour fast to analyze their lipid profile. So in addition, the dietary intake of patients were assessed using a 3-day dietary recall. So two weekdays and 1 weekend at baseline and the end of 4 and 8 week. And at the end of the trial, 1 patient in each group was withdrawn because of lack of cooperation. So this table shows the serum concentration of lipids, lipoproteins, and albumin in the soy isoflavone groups and the placebo group 1. So serum lipoprotein concentration decreased significantly in the soy isoflavone group at the end of week 8 compared to the baseline, whereas no statistically significant change was observed in placebo group, while high-density lipoprotein levels significantly increased at the end of the week 8 in the treatment group. With these results, they concluded that the daily administration of 100 milligrams soy isoflavones reduces serum lipoprotein A and increases high-density lipoprotein cholesterol concentration, which are 2 determinants of cardiovascular disease in peritoneal dialysis patients. So for the takeaway message, phytochemical agents are important sources of new therapeutic agents for high serum lipid levels. Specifically, soy isoflavones from soybean provide an intriguing approach to achieve hypolipidemic effects in humans. The 3 studies that I shared with you shows that soy protein consumption exerted a significant effect in lipid blood serums. A decrease in total cholesterol, low-density lipoprotein, and triglycerides, as well as a significant increase in high-density lipoprotein was observed. And although the studies have shown favorable results, further reviews and studies are needed to evaluate the clinical implication of the positive effect of soy isoflavone in serum lipids because as of now, only few studies have been published using human as their subjects. And lastly, using soy foods to replace foods high in animal protein that contains fat and cholesterol may help improve atherogenic lipid profiles and blood pressure and confer benefits to cardiovascular health. So before I end my presentation, soy, what are you waiting for? Improve your heart health by using soy as your protein source. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you very much to all our lovely speakers for their very informative lectures. So again, to our audience, we are now open for questions. You can now type in your questions in the chat box below. So I have here, okay, we have one question, and I guess this is for Miss Eliza Marie Katapang. And this question is from Mr. Rolando Yu. So clarification, is it stated in the different study, the dilution for matcha or green tea to conclude the results? May I ask all the speakers to please open your cameras and unmute your microphones to answer the question. Mama Eliza, are you there?
Yes, good morning, sir. Yes, but it is stated, but it is only stated in the in one study that the best dilution to have the beneficial effect of matcha or powdered green tea is 1 teaspoon of matcha powder to 70 to 8 ml of water. This is to have the to get the right ratio of matcha powder to have the beneficial effect.
All right, thank you very much, Ma'am Eliza. Okay, we have another one here from Miss Meredith. Have you seen any studies stating impact of consumption of soy products for dialysis patients? This is for Miss Nicole Victorio. Concern says uric acid regulation in the subject of patients.
Actually, upon researching, the only research that I've seen is the one I presented. So there were no no studies yet on the impact in dialysis patients.
All right, so we have another question. Does the phytochemicals content like phytosterols and isoflavones from soy will be lessened then if blended with caffeine content from coffee, soy drinks, processed or ready drinks available in the market now? I guess this is for all the speakers. If you have any idea as to Miss Vina's question about phytochemicals and phytochemicals content, let me read that again. So does the phytochemicals content like phytosterols and isoflavones from soy will be lessened when blended with caffeine from coffee, soy drinks, or processed coffee, soy drinks processed or ready to drinks available in the market? Does it affect the phytosterol contents? Ma'am Nicole?
Hi. Ma'am Don,
yes, Ma'am Ayasa, go ahead.
Answer. Regarding this, we still don't have the studies regarding the synergistic effect of soy when included with coffee. Is that coffee, right?
Yes, coffee.
But based on my study, it is just as soy only.
Okay, so you mean to say that currently we don't have any studies yet that deals with the synergy of your caffeine and your phytosterols, soy drinks. Okay, thank you. All right, how about you, Ma'am Nicole?
It's the same with Miss Ayesa. So the studies that I've seen so far is for the effects of the isoflavones in lipid profiles. So inclusion of isoflavones in coffee, so far no studies have shown that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. Any more questions from our viewers? All right. Any more questions? Okay, so I think there is no longer any questions. So let me take this time to present the certificate to our speakers. And again, please keep your mics and microphones and your cameras open. So let me read the citation. Philippine Women's University School of Nutrition hereby award the Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Eliza Marie Katapang, RND, for her invaluable and exemplary service rendered as a resource speaker during the conduct of webinar entitled Phytochemicals in Processed Foods, Impact on Health and Disease, given this second day of July 2022 via Zoom meeting, signed by Marilyn Te, MD, Webinar Overall Coordinator, Vanessa Cibalios Marasigan, MSc, RND, Program Chair, School of Nutrition, and Dr. Leonora N. Panlasige, RND, DPBCN, Dean Emeritus, School of Nutrition. And same certificate is awarded to Ms. Ayesa Joyce Golar, RND, and Ms. Mary Nicole Victorio, RND. Again, thank you very much, speakers, and thank you also for our audiences for sharing your questions. And now, let us proceed to the next part of our webinar. For our second session, we will learn about the effects of phytochemicals on gut microbiota and cancer risk and prevention.
Dawn?
Yes, Doc? Doc, you're welcome. Let's continue. Our first speaker is Dr. Marilyn Te. She is a medical doctor and a graduate of University of the Philippines College of Medicine in 2001. She finished her residency in internal medicine in 2006 and her fellowship in gastroenterology in 2009, both at UP PGH. Our next speaker is Ms. Sofia Celine Deliosa, a registered nutritionist dietitian. She graduated at Adventist University of the Philippines in 2018 with a Dean's List Award. She's currently a senior dietitian in Lucena MMG General Hospital and a board of director for clinical nutrition NDAP Quezon chapter. And our last speaker for this session is Ms. Jesline Hannah Ricafort. She graduated at Manila Titana Colleges with a Bachelor of Science degree in Holistic Nutrition with Culinary Arts, batch 2018. As soon as she passed her board at the same year, she was hired in a government hospital in Imus, Cavite. And for three years, she handled therapeutic and production in the dietary department as a pioneer. So to start off the session, again, let us all welcome Dr. Marilyn Te.
At this point, we have heard from the previous speakers some phytochemicals like polyphenols in matcha that can decrease blood pressure, or the isoflavones in soybeans that can possibly decrease cholesterol. Now let us move on to another popular drink. May I ask you, our dear audience, how many of you are fond of drinking red wine? Oh, I see some people raising their hands. So good morning. My talk is entitled Feeding the Gut Microbiota, the Effect of Red Wine Polyphenols on Gut Microbiota and Cardiovascular Disease. This will be the outline of my talk. I will first discuss the role of gut microbiota in our health. Then I'll talk a little about red wine. Then I will relate the possible effect of red wine on gut microbiota and cardiovascular disease. Then finally, some key points from my talk. Gut microbiota plays an important role in human health, and they are considered a forgotten organ and superorganism that maintain intestinal epithelium integrity. There's an estimated 100 trillion microorganisms inside our gut. It is increasing in number and diversity as we move along our GI tract from the stomach down to the colon. There are over 1,000 different species of microbes that colonize the human gut, from which the dominant groups of bacteria belong to the phyla Firmicutes and Bacteroidetes. The diet plays a fundamental role in shaping the composition of gut microbiota and thus determines the interrelationship between the gut microbiome and the host. Microbial activities can influence the host, and compelling evidence shows that microbiome composition and functions are responsible for human metabolism and regulate the balance between health and disease. Now, dietary polyphenols are a large group of natural plant compounds found in a variety of foods such as fruits, vegetables, tea, coffee, spices, chocolates, and even wine. In this figure, you can see that polyphenols are fully absorbed and only a small portion are absorbed in the small intestines, around 5 to 10%. Most polyphenols are instead broken down by the microbiota in the colon into smaller metabolites, which are then absorbed by the body and reach target cells. Polyphenols exert prebiotic effects, meaning they promote the growth of specific beneficial bacteria. They also support microbial balance by inhibiting pathogenic species. While the gut microbiota depends on the host, the gut microbiota also provides benefits for the host, truly fulfilling the definition of a symbiotic condition. Now, for hundreds or even thousands of years, people have been consuming wine for a variety of reasons. Wine, by definition, is an alcoholic beverage made from fermented fresh grapes or grape juice. The phytochemical characteristics of wine involve many compounds and polyphenols. Did you know that red wine has 10 times more polyphenols than white wine? This is because the red wine is macerated with the grape skin, which contains the highest phenolic component. These polyphenols form a complex mixture of flavonoids and non-flavonoids, and they are well studied for their antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties, as well as its effect on the gut microbiota. An imbalanced microbiome, also known as dysbiosis, has been shown to be related to alterations of the gut barrier function, reduced bacterial diversity, altered immune response, and has been connected to a myriad of conditions such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, obesity, lung problems, skin problems, and even neurologic problems. Epidemiologic and clinical studies have pointed out that regular and moderate wine consumption of around 1 to 2 glasses a day is associated with decreased incidence of cardiovascular disease, hypertension, diabetes, certain types of cancer. Now, for this talk, I will elaborate on the possible effect of red wine polyphenols on gut microbiota and its implication in the development of cardiovascular diseases. So, what is the evidence about this? The group of Quepo or Tuno conducted a study on the influence of red wine polyphenols and ethanol on the gut microbiota ecology and biochemical markers. This is published in American Journal of Clinical Nutrition in 2012. Here, they evaluated the effect of moderate intake of red wine polyphenols on select gut microbial groups. They recruited 10 healthy male volunteers aged 45 to 50 years old. The study was divided into 4 consecutive periods, an initial washout period of 15 days, during which the participants did not consume any alcohol or red wine. This is followed by 3 consecutive periods of 20 days, during which the participants drank only de-alcoholized red wine, 272 per ml per day, red wine of 272 ml per day, or gin of 100 ml per day. Each participant provided 4 different fecal samples, first baseline sample after the washout period, and a sample at the end of each 20-day period. Fasting blood glucose, and 24-hour urine, as well as stool samples were also collected at baseline and after each period. Total fecal DNA was submitted to monitor changes in fecal microbiota. So what did they found out? They observed a significant decrease both in diastolic blood pressure after the red wine period and systolic blood pressure after both red wine and the alcoholized red wine periods. Aside from that, a significant decrease was also seen in the concentration of glutamate oxaloacetate transaminase, glutamyl transpeptidase, triglycerides, HDL cholesterol, and CRP after both the dealcoholized red wine and red wine periods. Finally, uric acid and total cholesterol concentrations decreased significantly from baseline only after the red wine period. As to gut microbiota diversity, there were relevant differences found in the number of bacteria of 4 phyla after the different intake periods. Only the actinobacteria phyla did not change. There was also significant increase in the Bacteroides firmicutes balance. Likewise, looking into the different species within the different phyla, there was significant increase except for Lactobacillus. Overall, the dominant bacterial composition did not remain constant over the different intake periods. Compared with baseline, the daily consumption of red wine polyphenols for 4 weeks significantly increased the number of Enterococcus, Prevotella, Bacteroides, Bifidobacteria, Bacteroides uniformis, Egertella lenta, and Blotia coccoides Eubacterium rectale group. So these are all important for the maintenance of colonic mucosa health. After multivariate regression analysis, only an increment of Bacteroides predicted the diastolic blood pressure reduction and triglyceride and HDL cholesterol reductions. On the other hand, bifido growth predicted the decrease in cholesterol, which is a marker of inflammation, and its level is a predictor of cardiovascular risk. This suggested that these bacterial groups could be partly implicated in the observed reduction in blood pressure, plasma lipid markers, and CRP. This study showed that red wine consumption can significantly modulate the growth of select gut microbiota in humans, which suggests possible prebiotic benefits associated with the inclusion of red wine polyphenols in the diet. Now, how about correlating the different gut microbiota with metabolic factors? In an article published in Food and Function in 2016 done by the group of Moreno Indias entitled Red Wine Polyphenols Modulate Fecal Microbiota and Reduce Markers of the Metabolic Syndrome in Obese Patients, this time they evaluated the possible prebiotic effect of a moderate intake of red wine polyphenols on the modulation of the gut microbiota composition and the improvement in the risk factors for the metabolic syndrome in obese patients. They recruited 20 adult men aged 45 to 50. 10 obese participants met the criteria for the metabolic syndrome, and 10 were healthy subjects. Metabolic syndrome is a cluster of conditions that occur together, increasing one's risk of having a heart disease, stroke, or type 2 diabetes. The MET-S patients were recruited if they fulfilled at least 3 of the updated criteria for the diagnosis of metabolic syndrome, which are the following: waist circumference of more than 102 centimeters, HDL cholesterol of less than 40 milligrams per deciliter in men, serum triglycerides of more than or equal to 150 milligrams per deciliter, fasting blood glucose of 110 to 126 milligrams per cent, and blood pressure of greater than or equal to 130 over 85 millimeters mercury. A randomized crossover controlled intervention study was performed. The study was divided into 4 periods: an initial washout period of 2 weeks, which is the baseline, during which the participants did not consume any red wine. This is followed by 2 intervention periods of 30 days each, during which the participants drank only red wine or dealcoholized red wine. This is separated by a washout period of another 15 days. Okay, after which they will cross over or exchange intervention. Each participant provided 3 different fecal samples: baseline sample after the washout period and a sample at the end of each 30-day period. Fasting blood glucose and 24-hour urine were also collected at baseline and after each intake period. They found out that subjects in the metabolic syndrome group after the red wine and the alcoholized red wine intake period, there was an observed statistically significant decrease in systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, glucose, triglycerides, and total cholesterol, and a significant increase in the serum level of HDL cholesterol with respect to baseline. The healthy subjects exhibited a significant decrease in the levels of GPT and plasma cholesterol after the red wine and the alcoholized red wine intake periods with respect to their baseline levels. Finally, after the red wine and the alcoholized red wine intake, they only found significant differences in weight, waist and hip circumference, BMI, GGT, and triglycerides between the 2 groups. In the metabolic syndrome patients, red wine polyphenols significantly increased the number of fecal bifidobacteria and lactobacillus and the butyrate-producing bacteria Faecalibacterium and Roseburia. In the metabolic syndrome group, using a multivariate regression analysis, only an increase in actinobacteria and lactobacillus and decrease in Clostridium histolyticum and E. coli predicted triglyceride reduction. Moreover, increase in the numbers of Bifidobacterium and Faecalibacterium were associated with the reductions in plasma cholesterol and glucose levels, respectively. In the healthy group, only a decrease in Clostridium was associated with decrease in systolic blood pressure. They concluded that the changes in the gut microbiota in these patients could be responsible for the improvement in the metabolic syndrome factors. Modulation of the gut microbiota by using red wine could be an effective strategy for managing metabolic diseases associated with obesity. Now, surprisingly, data regarding this is lacking in epidemiologic studies. However, I came across this study by the group of Leroy et al., just recently published in 2019 in Gastroenterology, entitled Red Wine Consumption Associated with Increased Gut Microbiota Alpha Diversity. Their study aimed to investigate and compare the effect of various alcoholic drinks on the gut microbiota and subsequent health outcomes in large population-based cohort. This involves the discovery cohort of 916 UK female individuals. They explored the effect of beer and cider, red wine, white wine, spirits, and some of all alcohols on the alpha diversity of the gut microbiota. Alcohol consumption was derived from food frequency questionnaires, where average number of glasses, around 2 units of alcohol, drunk monthly, were reported. Alcohol patterns associated with alpha diversity were evaluated, as well as the association between alcohol consumption and BMI. Results showed that red wine consumption was positively associated in a frequency-dependent manner with alpha diversity. White wine also displayed a lesser but suggestive positive association with alpha diversity also, while no association was seen with other alcohol categories. Next, the frequency of red wine drinking only accounted for a modest proportion of the total gut microbiota diversity variance, and significantly associated with increase in three genera, Phascalobacterium, Barnechella, and Prevotella. Finally, alpha diversity acted as potential partial mediator in the negative association between red wine consumption and BMI or chylomicron levels. There was also an observed direct association between red wine and blood insulin and HDL. Okay, so they concluded that red wine consumption was associated with an increase in gut microbial alpha diversity, potentially mediating host BMI reduction, but this was not observed in response to any other alcohol studied. These results could be due to the high polyphenol content of red wine. Now, for my take-home messages, gut microbiota plays an important role in human health. Dominant groups of bacteria belong to the phyla of Firmicutes and Bacteroidetes. Diet plays an fundamental role in shaping the composition of gut microbiota, including the phenolic components found in red wine. Gut dysbiosis is connected to a myriad of conditions like cardiovascular diseases. Consumption of red wine significantly increased the number of Bacteroides and Bifidobacterium, which are important for the maintenance of colonic mucosa health. Increase in Bacteroides predicted decrease in blood pressure and triglyceride levels, and increase in Bifidobacterium predicted decrease in cholesterol. Among individuals with metabolic syndrome, increases in the numbers of Bifidobacterium and Faecalibacterium were associated with the reductions in plasma cholesterol and glucose levels, while among healthy individuals, decreasing Clostridium is associated with decrease in systolic blood pressure. Red wine consumption was associated with an increase in gut microbial alpha diversity. Still, excessive drinking is bad for your health. Most medical professionals like me agree that heavy drinkers or alcohol abstainers should not be encouraged to drink wine for health reasons. Wine consumption should not replace a healthy lifestyle. Now, I would like to end my talk with this advice. If you are given a choice between red wine and white wine, please use or choose red wine. If you are already drinking red wine, please do so in moderation. For healthy adults, that means up to 1 drink a day for all women of all ages, up to 1 drink a day for men older than age 65, up to 2 drinks a day for men age 65 and younger. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, good morning everyone. The previous speaker have discussed to us an amazing topic that is about red wine and how it is affecting the cardiovascular system and gut microbiota. Now we are going to learn another disease that is one of the leading causes of death and how it is related to the phytochemical glucosinolate. So good morning. Again, I will be presenting about the role of glucosinolates from cruciferous vegetables in cancer prevention. The topic outline includes an overview about cancer and glucosinolates, followed by some research articles and summary, and lastly, a take-home message. So according to the World Health Organization, cancer is a vast group of disorders that can begin in practically any organ or tissue of the body. It is when an abnormal cells develop uncontrollably and they invade neighboring regions of the body and they spread to other organs. Furthermore, cancer is one of the top causes of death worldwide, accounting for approximately 10 million deaths in the year 2020, or roughly 1 out of every 6 deaths. In this slide here, it shows an illustration about the cases of cancer worldwide, and this is from the WHO International Agency for Research on Cancer. There are a total of 19,292,789 cases, and it shows that nearly half of the population is from Asia, contributing at about 49.3%. In the Philippines, 153,751 was recorded for the year 2020. And as we can see, if we can relate it to the Asia population, it is around 2% contribution for the record. It is very alarming since it is one of the top leading cause of mortality. There are several risk factors that can cause cancer. And here are some examples of the modifiable risk factors, meaning it can be taken measure to change and it's usually found in a person's lifestyle. First, we have here is the tobacco use. It is the predominant usage of tobacco and it's by smoke inhalation of cigarettes, pipes, and cigars. Second, we have the high body mass index. It is used as a screening tool to measure a body fat based on height and weight. High body mass index such as overweight and obesity classification can indicate high body fatness, and that can lead to health problems. Next, we have here the frequency or frequent alcohol consumption. As it was said by the previous speaker, drinking too much of it can lead also to health problems. Next, we have here the low fruit and vegetable intake. If we can ask ourselves, do we intake or do we take the recommended by the WHO for at least 5 servings per day of fruits and vegetables? And next, we have here the lack of physical activity. We are going to focus first on the low consumption of fruit and vegetable. Why do you think that this thing matters? What does a person get when they intake or when they have this regular consumption in their daily diet? This category of foods can be a source of phytochemicals, which are essential in our health. Some vegetables have a phytochemical content called glucosinolate. So these glucosinolates are part of the organosulfur compound, and it can be found in cruciferous vegetables. They are secondary metabolites, meaning they are organic compounds that are not directly involved in the primary metabolic pathways of a normal cell growth, development, and reproduction. These glucosinolates contains sulfur and nitrogen, and somehow they are responsible for creating their strong aroma and bitter flavor. The hydrolyzed form is called isothiocyanate, and it has an anti-carcinogenic content. These are examples of cruciferous vegetables: kale, mustard seed, broccoli, and cabbage, and many more. Whereas the problem with this kind of vegetable, especially during this pandemic, it is easily perishable. So some develop it into processed food to extend its shelf life. But the question is, can we still get the health benefit from it even if it is already processed? A study from the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition published in 2019 entitled transcriptional changes in prostate of men on active surveillance after a 12-month glucoraphanin-rich broccoli intervention results from the effect of sulforaphane on prostate cancer prevention, a randomized controlled trial and is composed of several authors such as Maria Tracta, Antoinette Melichny, and et al. The objective of this study is to evaluate whether consumption of glucoraphanin-rich broccoli for 1 year leads to changes in gene expression in prostate tissue of men with localized prostate cancer. The participants in this study are 49 men on active surveillance with localized low to moderate risk of prostate cancer. The control group consumes 300 ml of broccoli soup with low glucoraphanin content, whereas treatment 1 and treatment 2 consumes 300 ml of broccoli soup with moderate to high glucosinolate respectively. The methods in the study is a 3-arm parallel, which are the 2 arms in this case generally includes a treatment arm and the control arm is the alternative treatment. This is a randomized double-blinded trial where the participants are randomly assigned and it has a type of clinical trial in which neither the participants nor the researchers know which treatment or intervention participants are receiving until the clinical trial is over to avoid bias. They gather the participants that are eligible based on the inclusion criteria that includes men that are aged 18 to 8 years old with a BMI between 19.5 and 35 kilogram per meter squared. The men had a diagnosis of low risk or intermediate risk, and the participants were randomly assigned to different groups, whereas the intervention X, which has the control group with the lowest concentration of glucoraphanin, which on the basis of epidemiological studies would be beneath the threshold required for reduction in cancer progression. Blood samples were also collected for prostate-specific antigens such as PSA, glucose lipids, biomarkers of liver and kidney functions, and full blood count were quantified before the start of the treatment at the 12 months to ensure that glucoraphanin-rich soup has no toxic effect. Patients underwent 2 transperineal template biopsy procedures, first at the start of the intervention and second after the 12 months intervention to compare the RNA sequencing. This table shows the number of genes changed over time with the different diets. When the intake of glucoraphanin was enhanced through the use of broccoli soup with the genotypes for soup Y and Z, the extent change in gene expression over time was suppressed, even at a low statistical threshold. When the men who consumed the highest amount of glucoraphanin had only one gene that is significantly changed in expression over the 12 period in the contrast to multiple changes in the control arm, which is the soup X, and more modest changes in the intermediate GR arm. This figure shows us a volcano plot of differential expressed genes over time. So the x-axis shows us, or the horizontal line, the average log expression, and the y-axis, or the vertical line, shows us the log fold change. And this is a measure describing how much a quantity changes going from an initial to a final value. Here we can see in the soup X, the changes in gene expression observed by the researchers in the control dietary were suppressed by the diets with soup enhanced glucoraphanin in a dose-dependent manner. Whereas consuming soup Y delivering the intermediate amounts of glucoraphanin resulted in fewer changes in gene expression, but consuming the soup Z delivering the highest amount of glucoraphanin entirely suppressed the changes in gene expression seen in the controlled arm. Therefore, the group of Maria Tracta concluded consuming glucoraphanin-rich broccoli soup affected the gene expression in the prostate of men on active surveillance, consistent with a reduction in the risk of cancer progression. There is another cruciferous vegetable in the form of processed food that are commonly used as condiments, and they are mustard. They are made from Brassica guinea, or the mustard greens, and Synapsis alba, which are the white mustard. The processing procedure of this mustard making involves addition of acetic acid, water, salt, and sugar, whereas this procedure releases the isothiocyanate from their respective prodrug, namely the glucosinolates. A study from the European Journal of Cancer Prevention year 2012 entitled anti-genotoxic action of isothiocyanate containing mustard as determined by two cancer biomarkers in a human intervention trial. The authors are Evelyn Lambi, Manuel Garcia Kaufer, et al. So when we say this anti-genotoxic, it means countering genotoxic activity. The cancer biomarkers that has been used in this study are first the micronucleus frequency of micronuclei that involves the hydrogen peroxide and benzopyronidiol epoxidate, which is the BPDE, and the DNA damage in peripheral molecular cells. So the aim of this study is to evaluate the chemopreventive potency of isothiocyanate containing as determined by two cancer biomarkers in a human intervention trial. Chemopreventive potency means agents that inhibits the development of cancer. The participants here are 14 volunteers, and the intervention of consumption of 20 grams mustard preparation with 1 meal of white bread daily for 4 days. The research design is used as is a clinical control, and the mustard that has been used here are fresh batches preparation provided by Lowenseff that is from Germany. Human volunteers were first gathered and blood samples were collected for baseline data. The participants consumed 20 grams of mustard with 1 meal of white bread daily for 4 days, and blood samples were taken immediately before the first mustard intake, just before the fourth mustard supplementation, and 6 days after the last mustard intake. The blood samples were analyzed for DNA damage, induction, and micronuclei formation. All participants followed a controlled diet to devoid of any fruits, vegetables, full meal products, spices, or caffeine-containing beverages to minimize the influence of other bioactive phytochemicals. So here in the results that are shown in this figure is the DNA damage in peripheral molecular cell, PBMC, of volunteers as determined by Comet assay or by the micronucleate test. Whole blood or isolated PBMC of the human volunteers was either treated ex vivo, or meaning outside of the living body, with solvent or genotoxin before analysis. The horizontal line shows as the baseline intervention and post-intervention phase, whereas the y-axis shows as the original olive tail moment or the OTM, and this parameter is considered to be particularly useful in describing heterogeneity within a cell population, as the OTM can pick up variations in DNA distributions within the tail or cytokinesis block molecules induction that measures the DNA damage, cytotoxicity, and cytostasis event. In these results, the intervention trial shows us that the DNA damage as well as the micronuclei formation did not change significantly during the intervention. But however, after the mustard consumption, hydrogen peroxide and the BPDE-induced DNA breaks were significantly reduced by a means of 38 or 21% respectively. After the washout phase, this protection of the blood against the genotoxic-induced DNA damage was still evident. In this, the hydrogen peroxide exposed cell or the micronuclear induction was reduced by a mean of 27% of the sensitivity of the BPDE exposed PBMC was reduced by 28% respectively. The authors concluded that cellular response to direct-acting carcinogens that induce early events involved in the formation of cancer cells and bioactive components at the applied concentration probably act as preventive agents that initiation stage and are suitable for prevention of chemically induced DNA damage. As we discussed for the risk factors for cancer, the use of tobacco is one of the modifiable risk factors for cancer. In a study from Journal of Cancer's year 2022 entitled Randomized Crossover Trial Evaluating the Toxification of Tobacco Carcinogens by Broccoli Seed and Sprout Extract in Current Smokers, the authors of the study were Julie E. Baumann, Chi Wen-Chu, et al. Whereas tobacco smoke is made up of thousands of chemicals, including at least 70 known to cause cancer. But the main tobacco carcinogens that were focused in this study are benzene, acetylene, and protanaldehyde. The main objective of the study is to determine if the broccoli seed and sprout extract increase the toxification of benzene as measured by change in urinary excretion of the mercapturic acid of benzene, S-phenyl mercapturic acid or the SPMA, and there is a total of 49 participants where there are 23 male and 26 female healthy smokers with a median use of 20 cigarettes per day. Intervention 1 consumed the low to high dose of DSSE with 4 tablets of low dose of DSSE, then followed by 8 tablets with high dose DSSE. On the other hand, the intervention 2 consumed the high to low dose of DSSE. Methods that were used in this study is a randomized crossover trial. It is a type of clinical trial in which all participants receive the same 2 or more treatments, but the order in which they receive them depends on the group to which they are randomly assigned. After gathering the participants, they were randomly assigned into 2 groups. The first intervention was done for 10 to 14 days, followed by a 2 weeks watch out period, and finally, the second intervention of dosage. At the beginning of the intervention, a buccal cytobrush or the mRNA and peripheral blood was collected, and at the beginning and the ending of each intervention, an overnight urine was collected to test the SFN metabolites and mercapturic acids of carcinogens. So in this table, it shows the summary of the urinary excretion or of detoxified products and the carcinogen metabolites. The first column shows us the different tobacco-related carcinogens such as benzene, acrolein, and crotonaldehyde, whereas the higher dose of BSSA significantly upregulated the toxification of benzene, acrolein, and the crotonaldehyde in current heavy smokers. Low-dose BSSE significantly upregulated the toxification of benzene, however, not acrolein or crotonaldehyde. However, during the intervention, some participants experienced abdominal pain or cramping, typically associated with loose stool or diarrhea during the high-dose exposure. However, no participants withdrew from the study due to treatment-related. So this is the summary. For the conclusion, the consumption of isothiocyanate concentrated in the Brassica family of cruciferous vegetable enhances the detoxification of environmental carcinogens, including benzene and acrolein, common to air pollution and tobacco smoke. For the summary, broccoli soup rich in glucoraphanin can attenuate the transcriptional changes occurring in men with localized prostate cancer. Mustard can help to modify the cellular response to direct-acting carcinogens that induce in early formation of cancer cells. Consumption of BSSE enhances the toxification of environmental carcinogens, including benzene and acrolein. For the take-home message, processed foods that contains cruciferous vegetables can be a good source of glucosinolate. Consumption of glucosinolates provide health benefits like cancer prevention, and a glucosinolate dosage of 296 micromole to 492 is recommended on a daily diet. Thank you very much.
Okay, beautiful morning, everyone. Again, I'm Justine Hannah Ricafort, registered nutritionist dietitian, and my talk for today is about effects of polyphenols in milk tea and its ability to reduce the risk of cancer. Okay, so here's the outline of my talk for today. And so before we go to our favorite milk tea, let me tell you first what is polyphenols. So polyphenols are micronutrients that naturally occur in plants. There are more than 8,000 types of polyphenols, and well-known polyphenols is the flavonoids that are present earlier by the first speakers and will be furtherly discussed as the webinar go on. Of course, with a different processed food involved. And also, study shows that polyphenols are powerful antioxidants. Okay? So example of food rich in polyphenols are wine, and some just like what Dr. Te presented earlier. But did you know that a lack of polyphenols isn't associated with specific side effects, but they're considered as a lifespan essential? We all know that means, right? A nutrient that can extend your life. Hindi lang pala pansit ang nagpapahaba ng buhay. Polyphenols din. And that's just because polyphenols are potential to reduce your risk of chronic diseases. Study shows that people who have polyphenols polyphenol-rich diets consuming more than 650 milligrams per day have lower death risk than those who get less than 500 milligrams per day. And one of the chronic diseases that polyphenols reduce is the cancer. So just like what Ma'am Sophia discussed earlier about cancer, to sum it up, so cancer is the second leading cause of death among Filipinos. 189 of every 100,000 of Filipinos are afflicted with cancer, while 4 Filipinos die of cancer every hour, or 96 cancer patients every day. That was according to a study conducted by University of the Philippines Institute of Human Genetics, National Institute of Health. So cancer is a condition where cells is a specific part of the body grow and reproduce uncontrollably. So the cancerous cells can invade and destroy surrounding healthy tissues, including the organs. Okay? So, and polyphenols have an anti-cancer properties. And as what other speaker said earlier, okay, so I will run it through again. So, study shows that polyphenols may even block tumor growth and kill active cancer cells. And polyphenols also boost our immune system. So, it promotes good bacteria growth in your gut and limit harmful bacteria. So, this effect supports good digestion, but a healthy balance of bacteria is also essential to strong immune system function. Okay? Now that you know polyphenols, let's go now to our all-time favorite, milk tea. But I just want you to remember this question first. Is milk tea healthy? I hope by the end of my talk, we can all answer that question. Okay? Did you know that both milk and green tea helps in improving the metabolism, oxidizes fat, and thereby burn calories? But then, there is an article, when you search it in the internet, it says that the protein in the milk restrains the benefits of the green tea. Okay? So how can they say that the milk restrains the nutrient in green tea? Okay, so as I tackled earlier, if polyphenols in green tea acts as an antioxidant in plants, and casein in the milk is a protein that is digested more slowly than other proteins. So it reduces the appetite and increases the feeling of fullness. So in simple terms, that casein protein found in milk does not work together with the natural antioxidant present in green tea and milk. So the question is that even true? Okay. So there is a study that I found that is entitled Improvement of Green Tea Polyphenol with Milk on Skin with Respect to Antioxidation in Healthy Adults, a double-blind placebo-controlled randomized crossover clinical trial written by Chu et al., published year 2015 in Food Function. Okay? So the researchers here objective is to determine the antioxidant levels in a healthy middle and old age person who consume GTPM or green tea polyphenol infused with milk. Their study design is randomized crossover double-blind placebo-controlled clinical trial. Okay? They have 44 volunteers ages 25 and 80. So each subject asked to consume 240 ml of mineral water mixed with either experimental, which is our green tea polyphenol infused with milk, and the placebo package. So it's actually 2 packs per day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, with a minimum of 3 hours fasting every day for the following 6 months, and vice versa, with 1 month of washout period. Okay, so during the initial 3rd, 6th, 10th, and 13th months, anthropometric indices were done. Experimental green tea polyphenol infused with milk or placebo package bag were labeled with a subject number by the electrical randomization method. So none of the researchers who treated or assessed the subjects was aware of the treatment allocation until the crossover study was completed, so which is the double blind. So by the subject's record, the average percentage of intake of experimental or placebo beverage was 84% at the conclusion of the experimentation. But then, during the crossover study, 2 subjects were withdrawn from the study due to personal reason, and thus ended with 42 subjects, 17 males and 25 females. So for the result, so represented here is the total phenolics and flavonoid contents in green tea polyphenol infused with milk. So the total phenolic contents estimated by Pauline Scholl social shoe assay. So falling social shoe is a reaction that antioxidant assay based on electron transfer, which measures the reductive capacity of an antioxidant. So here in GTPM, displayed that the 131.37 plus or minus 9.2 milligram gallic acid equivalent dry weight. So gallic acid equivalent is used as a standard compound for measuring total phenols, whereas in case of flavonoid contents of GTPM or the green tea polyphenol infused with milk is 91.70 plus or minus 0.5 milligrams quercetin equivalent, so dry weight. And quercetin equivalent is as the standard compound for measuring total flavonoids. These results show that both the phenolic and flavonoid contents were rich in green tea polyphenol infused with milk package when compared with placebo, which they didn't show in the data because those polyphenols were absent in the placebo group. Okay? So the total phenolic contents in plasma or green tea polyphenol infused with milk and placebo-treated healthy subjects are results represented here. So administration of green tea polyphenol infused with milk shows a substantial enhancement of p-value of less than 0.05. So let's just focus here. Here is the total phenolics content. So a significant difference was found between placebo and green tea polyphenol infused with milk group on the 6th month. So green tea polyphenol infused with milk exhibits positive modulation over phenolic contents due to increased phenolic contents in green tea polyphenol infused with milk package, which were indicated in the first result that I showed you. So to conclude their study, so they demonstrated that the addition of milk to tea did not interfere with polyphenols absorption. Instead, it improved its bioavailability. It also shows that increasing intake of green tea polyphenols eventually elevates the plasma phenolic contents, especially with milk. So let's go back first to what I'm saying earlier about milk tea. With this study, do you still think that drinking green tea with milk will not benefit you? So I guess you don't believe just everything you see in the internet, okay? But hey, aren't you wondering, isn't milk tea companies doesn't use green tea in their milk tea? They use black tea, right? Yeah, that's right. And besides, black tea is much more higher in polyphenols than green tea. Well, there is a study in China titled Independent and Joint Effects of Tea and Milk Consumption on Oral Cancer Among Non-Smokers and Non-Drinkers, a case control study in China, written by Chen et al., published year 2017 in OCO Target. Here, they aiming to determine to explain the role of tea and milk consumption in oral cancer, and the study design is case control. So for their participants, they have 421 cases with oral carcinomas and 1,398 controls, and all participants is elder, age greater 60 years old greater than. So elders that 60 years old greater than. So 28 subjects in cases. Okay, so 28 subjects in cases and 179 subjects in controls is a tea and a milk drinker, and 48 subjects in cases and 152 subjects in controls that drink tea but a non-milk drinker. So compared with oral cancer patients, controls were more likely to have tea consumption. So although the proportions of tea drinking were low in both groups, and milk drinking also show a higher percentage among control subjects. So for the results, here in the figure, you can see that the quantity of tea consumed per ml per day was categorized into 4 groups based on tertiles percentage. So this is the 0, then greater than 220 to 500 ml per day, and greater than 550 ml per day. And then here's the odds ratio. So odds ratio is the measure of association between an exposure and an outcome. And the exposure here is the milk drinking status, which is the non-milk drinker and the milk drinker. And the outcome here is the risk of oral cancer. So the tea consumption from 0 to more than 550 ml per day was lower among milk drinkers than non-milk drinkers. So to be more specific, the lower the odds ratio, result, the lower the risk of oral cancer. That's why in 220 ml to 550 ml per day, tea consumed of the milk drinkers have the odds ratio of 0.91. So that means the status of those milk drinking have much lower risk on oral cancer. So furthermore, to conclude their study, the beneficial effect of the consumption was only observed in milk drinkers, but not in non-milk drinkers. Also, adding milk to tea is a common practice not just in China, but mostly in Asian countries. In this study, a significantly multiplicated interaction was observed between tea and milk consumption on the risk of oral cancer. A cellular experiment indicated that addition of lactoferrin to tea polyphenols had strong effect on inhibition of tongue squamous cell proliferation than tea polyphenols alone. So these findings also provides a new information that tea drinking with the addition of milk may reach the greater benefit of the prevention of oral cancer. So in this study, both tea and milk consumption were independently linked to a lower risk of oral cancer, and that they may have a particularly beneficial effect when consumed together. So what is really the truth about our favorite milk tea? So the conflicting result of these studies about milk tea is that milk may interfere with the activity of polyphenols in teas to some extent, but it may not have the same effect with teas that have been infused for long periods. So there is another study I found titled Effects of Infusion Time and Addition of Milk on Content and Absorption of Polyphenols from Black Tea, written by Kyle et al., published year 2007 in Journal of Agriculture and Food Chemistry. So researchers' objective here is to assess if infusion time and addition of milk affect the bioavailability of potentially beneficial polyphenols, and their study design is randomized and experimental study. So participants of 9 healthy male volunteers ages 24 to 37 with a mean body mass index of 25 kilograms per square meter ranges into 18 to 35 kilogram per square meter, and all subjects were normotensive. So normotensive is having a normal blood pressure, and also reported no previous history of chronic disease and had not taken any medication or nutritional supplements for at least 1 month prior to starting the trial. So where volunteers were randomly assigned into 3 groups and consumed 3 different beverages on 3 different occasions, 1 week apart. So after refraining from drinking tea for 24 hours and fasting overnight, volunteers drank 400 ml of either black tea with water, then black tea with milk, or a controlled beverage, which is the water plus the milk. So their grams of tea was infused for 7 minutes in 300 ml of freshly boiled water. So the infusion was filtered before the addition of 100 ml or either semi-skim milk or the cold water. So concentration of total phenols, catechins, and antioxidant capacity were also measured for each batch of test beverage produced to ensure continuity between test days. Okay? As you can see in the figure, the results of the total phenol concentrations are presented in millimoles of gallic acid equivalents. So increase with infusion time, leveling off after 7 minutes. Then here, as you can see in the figure, black tea is the diamond shape here. Then black tea with milk is the square shape. And water with milk is the triangle. So after they brew the black tea now at 7 minutes to use in the human intervention trial, resulting to the total polyphenols concentration peak after 80 minutes. So magnitudes of response for total gallic acid or the polyphenols were unaffected by the addition of milk to tea. In other words, the black tea that increased at 80 minutes, and then you can see here that the black tea with milk is much more higher in polyphenols than the black tea itself. This means drinking infused black tea with milk will not affect the polyphenol present in black tea. So to conclude the study, the observed effects of increasing total phenols with increasing infusion time. So the addition of milk results to suggest that the formation of milk protein into polyphenol complexes does not compromise the polyphenols present in the beverage. Okay, so let's go back again to our milk tea. So what is really the effects of polyphenols to milk tea is that researchers suggested that the longer brewing times may lead to better absorption of the polyphenols and other phytochemicals that is present in tea, regardless of the addition of milk. And evidence from the laboratory studies has identified that the antioxidant and anti-carcinogenic components of tea are mostly attributed to polyphenols with the inhibitory effects of the proliferation and invasion of tumor cells. And a significant reaction was observed between tea and milk consumption on the risk of cancer. That means that drinking tea that was infused or brewed within 7 minutes with milk is much more effective to prevent cancer. So I guess just ask your favorite milk tea brand if they're brewing their tea long. So you may know if the tea they're using in your favorite milk tea still have, or if the polyphenols and other antioxidant is still present in the tea. Okay? So before I end, still remember the question I want you to answer earlier. So my question is milk tea healthy? As of now, we can answer that yes, it is healthy based on the studies. But of course, there is always a but. The first but is that know your limitation. We all know that having too many of everything is always bad. Or in Tagalog, lahat ng sobra ay masama. It's not advisable to drink milk tea every day or even once a week. So as a nutritionist dietitian, I always advise to drink milk tea only twice a month or less. Okay? So it's applicable to everyone with or without complications. And lastly, remember that we are only talking about phytochemicals present in milk tea. So when phytochemicals are involved in milk tea, yes, it is healthy. But we all know that milk tea still have a sugar on it. A lot, to be exact. Here you can see how many calories are there in the sugar percent you're choosing. See, in 100% sugar in milk tea, you'll consume 400 calories. It's like consuming 2 cups of rice. So, but hey, milk tea shops ask us if we want to change our sugar percent, right? And if you will ask me, my milk tea is always in 50% sugar without the another made of sugar, which is the pearl. So if I add pearl in my milk tea, it will be just 25 or 0%. So just as I said in the picture, so here, they said that there's more sugar in bubble tea than a can of carbonated drink. So just remember, if someone asks you, healthy ba ang milk tea? Just explain that polyphenols is still present in the milk tea, which is good. But of course, there is always a limitation. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you very much to all our speakers for those well-delivered and insightful lectures. To our participants, you can now start typing your questions in our chat box. And again, may I request the 3 speakers earlier to open your cameras and unmute your microphones to answer these questions. So I have here the first question. Let me just get that. I'm sorry, I actually transferred to a different computer, so I was not able to get that question and I have to look at my cell phone. So the first question, this is for Dr. Te, and this is from Dr. Meredith S. Salas. Thank you for the wonderful presentation on wine and gut microbiome. I would just like to ask if there was any data mentioned on the study on patients' metabolic syndrome regarding their estimated prebiotic intake in the diet. So as recent findings also says that prebiotic intake largely impact gut microbiome biodiversity and hence overall health. Thank you so much. Dr. Ate?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. So regarding the study, there was no mention of the exact amount of prebiotic intake, but they regulated all the parang daily intake of all the participants. So it's the same or equal amounts for both the healthy and metabolic syndrome group. I agree that there are studies that an imbalance in Bacteroides firmicutes. So balance between them will lead to obesity. So in these studies, the two studies that I presented, they tried to look at if the polyphenolic content of red wine could act as a prebiotic. So to cause or modulate the gut microbiota composition among these participants po. So I think in this study, the one with the metabolic syndrome patients or subjects, there was an increase in Bacteroides firmicutes balance, which is better and leads to the weight loss of the patients.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ate. So I have here another question for you. This is from Miss Emily Romero. Red wine is made not only from grapes, but there are now red wines produced from other fruits like berries. Is the recommendation of drinking red wine daily be the same for the different types of red wine?
The recommendation came from the American Heart Association, but they just mentioned actually the amount of allowed drinks. So different if it's a beer or red wine or hard drinks or spirits. So they did not categorize what kind of red wine, but I guess since the ones that are made from berries are recently new, the recommendations only involves those red wines from grapes.
Okay, thank you very much. And that could be a future topic for a research, right? So
To
maybe
compare,
to compare the
grapes
different
and
types,
berries.
different sources of red wine. So we can look forward to it. So I have your question, and now this is I have here for Miss Sofia Deliosa. So how can intake of glucosinolates decreasing risk of cancer among tobacco users?
So, in that, for that question, when we consume glucosinolates, it increases the isothiocyanate in our system. So, we can get this from cruciferous vegetables, as I discussed earlier. But what is in these cruciferous vegetables? They have a cytoprotective phase 2 enzymes. So, they are the one responsible in enhancing the detoxification of benzene, aldehydes, and other carcinogenic contents of the tobacco smoke.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I have here another question, and this is for Miss Jeslyn Ricafort. So, Miss Jez, what is the benefit of adding milk to tea versus drinking tea alone?
Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Don. So actually, the tea, we all know that it has a polyphenol or antioxidant itself. So study shows that when you add milk on the tea, it will just enrich the polyphenols that was added in the tea. So the polyphenols will be much more higher, or the bioavailability of the tea when milk is added, it's much more good.
Okay, that is the synergy of your ingredients, right?
Yes.
So there we have what we call the anti-nutrients, and we also have those nutrients that improves the bioavailability of different nutrients. So they help each other. Yeah. Right? Okay. Thank you. So last question, and this is for Dr. Ate again. So this is from Miss Vina Ramos. To Dr. Ate, sulfites, a fruit preservative widely used in winemaking, are they safe or dangerous to us?
Based on the studies, these sulfites, which are chemical byproducts now of fermentation during wine making, are relatively wines have relatively low levels of sulfites. So I think they are not parang at toxic levels, so nothing to worry about. But those with allergies to sulfites should be aware or beware of drinking too much wine, because they can cause stuffy nose or allergic reactions. So in US FDA, they regulate the amount of sulfites found in red wines. So they put a label, warning label, if it has parang exceeded the allowed amount of sulfites in their wines.
Okay,
Thank
again.
you.
All right, thank you very much. Again, guys, please remember it is all about the dosage, right? We have to be wary of the amounts that we take in from the foods that we consume on a daily basis. Thank you very much to all our speakers. And now let me present you the certificates with the citation, the same with the certificate presented earlier. So, Philippine Women's University School of Nutrition hereby award the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Marilyn Te for her invaluable and exemplary service rendered as a resource speaker during the conduct of webinar entitled Phytochemicals in Processed Foods, Impact on Health and Disease, given the second day of July of 2022 via Zoom meetings signed by Dr. Marilyn Te, Webinar Overall Coordinator, Vanessa Ceballos Marasigan, MSc, R&D, Program Chair, School of Nutrition, and Dr. Yunora and Panlasige, R&D, DPBCN, Dean Emeritus, School of Nutrition. And same certificate is awarded to Ms. Sofia Celine De Llosa and Ms. Jocelyn Hannah Ricafort, R&D. And with that, let us proceed. And that concludes our morning session, but don't forget that we still have our raffle draw. May I call on Ma'am DL to facilitate our raffle?
Yes, hello everyone. So thank you, Ma'am Don. Hello everyone. First of all, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all of our generous sponsors for today, Werwag Pharma, Nestle Health Science, Unilab, and Fresenius Kabi. I know you're all excited and cannot wait to see that digital wheel with your names on your screen. So let me remind all winners that you must type in your complete name on the Zoom chat box or in the comments section on the FB Live to claim your prize. So you have 10 seconds to type in your complete name so we can recognize your presence. Otherwise, we will spin again to give chance to other participants. So for this set, we will be drawing 2 lucky winners of Atlantic Tumbler. Okay. And 4 lucky winners of snack bags worth 500 pesos each. Okay. So Miss Nicole, can we please show the wheels of name? Okay, so our first winner, Sir Irvin. Our next winner is Miss Edma Blanca. Okay, so for our lucky winners of snack bags, okay, so Miss Duenas Carla Justine. Is Ma'am Duenas Justine here? So next one. Okay, our next winner is Miss Gabieta Sam Maika. Okay, so I think we still have last two winners. Okay, so the next winner is Mr. John Patrick Medina. Is Mr. John Patrick on the virtual floor? Okay, so there's and then the last is Mr. Dave Hilot. Sir Dave, are you here? Mr. Dave. Is Mr. Dave here? Okay. So I think we need to spin again, Miss Nicole. Okay, so next, Ma'am Jeneline Sepria. Congratulations. Okay, Ma'am Jeneline, are you here? Ma'am Jen. Is Ma'am Jeneline? She's not. Ma'am Jen. Okay, so going once, twice. Ma'am Nicole. Again, another spin, please. So, Miss Micah Aglibut. Miss Micah? Is Miss Micah on the virtual floor?
Ma'am DL, nagka-mute ka po.
Sorry. So I think that would be that's it for this set of raffles. Please do join us until the very end this afternoon, for we have a lot more in store for you. Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Miss Don.
Thank you very much, Miss DL. And again, congratulations to all our winners. We will have a 1-hour lunch break, of course, in order for you to digest all those information shared by our wonderful speakers earlier. So please enjoy your lunch. However, please come back. We still have to continue and we will be talking more about phytochemicals later in the afternoon at 12:30. So please stay tuned. And also, please check on the chat box below. You can see the attendance link. So please don't forget to also add your name there to secure your certificates later on. All right. So that concludes our morning session. Thank you very much. Again, see you later. Bye.
Science and Business Administration, major in Marketing Management, team captain of the PW men's futsal team, and here's my PW story. Way back in 2016, when I was looking for university to enroll to, my friends, who are now my teammates, invited me to a futsal tryout in their school. After that, luckily I've been picked by the coach as one of the prizes in the said tryout. Starting my college career as a student athlete, it was really tough. As an athlete, we need to balance our training time and class schedule, and I had a hard time coping with that situation. But with the help and guidance of my coach, I learned how to deal with it. On my first year of playing in PWU, we won the 14th MNCAA Futsal Champion title, which is our major league, and we also won first place on the 3rd year MP Intercollegiate Futsal Tournament at the same year. The following year, we were the first placer in the 15th MNCAA Futsal League, and we were the champion on the 4th Intercollegiate Futsal Tournament. After that season, our team was preparing for the ISAA League, and the 16th MNCAA League was ongoing. But the games were postponed due to pandemic. This pandemic gave us a harder life, and it challenged our lives. For us as a student athlete, the pandemic doubled our hardships and struggles as compared to our normal lives, because all activities, including trainings, has to be done online. It is really hard to cope up with online training sessions due to financial problems, internet connection, and signal problems, adjusted daily routines, and lack of space to do our training since our sport is being played in a wide place. Despite of those hardships and struggles, it cannot stop us to do our responsibilities, and it cannot stop us from dreaming. Every week, we are following a training program provided by our coach. I am very blessed and thankful because even though there is a pandemic, PWU give us an opportunity to have scholarship even though there will be no tournaments for this academic year. Even there is a pandemic or not, it should not stop us from doing our responsibilities as an individual, especially from dreaming. Do not ever forget to pray to God because He guides and He provides.
Good day, my name is Jana Micaela S. Rosas. I live in Paranaque City and here's my PWU story. Ever since I was young, my dream is to be a student athlete, to fulfill my dreams, to do what makes me happy, which is basketball, and to support my studies and not be a burden to my family. After I graduated from senior high, I started to train every day because I want to try out at different universities. And I am blessed because I have a friend, his name is Kim, and he knows a varsity player in PWU. So I tried out there, and then I was fortunate enough to be welcomed into the Philippine Women's University. At first, I doubted myself if I can do my studies and being an athlete at the same time, but I still took the risk because I knew I was happy with what I was doing, so I can handle everything. And I know God is always by my side. He will not forsake me. Being a student athlete is very challenging, but being a student athlete at PWU requires discipline, time management, commitment, mental sharpness, obligation, teamwork, and a lot of pride in representing the university. My student athlete experience in PWU has helped me shape the strong and independent woman I am today. And I am very thankful to my teammates and coaches who guided and helped me. To Coach Vic, you have taught us sportsmanship, fair play, and many values that we will need throughout life. And of course, I thank PWU for my education. You are full of so many opportunities. You made me a good student and a strong leader. Thank you for trusting me to represent Philippine Women's University. I'm second year, taking Bachelor of Science in Medical Technology, and I'm the captain ball of the women's basketball team.
PWU Music Education provided a big boost to my teaching arsenal, as it opened up a big opportunity to render my services to teach Philippine and Asian music cultures in an exclusive institution for future women leaders. My experiences allowed me to become a reflective teacher, providing what is essential, showing how certain instruments are ought to be played, raising awareness to the state and condition of indigenous groups in the Philippines, and allow students growth through experiential and collaborative learning.
Music can never be like a loose rope when we teach it. It has to be very tight with information to help understand the reasons why we should study this, like any other subjects. We cannot just say, listen to it, but rather lead them to comprehend on the hows and whys of every music there is, to make it more meaningful and connecting. That is what I gained in my degree. Music education brought us to teach every young artist that the root is where we should always begin, to bridge the ends of knowledge and passion. And it is in the beauty of arranging those tones into a beautiful melody and a story that would then plunge into every part of your soul. Because yes, music, albeit a creation of the mind, is still and always from the heart to your heart. This is Aubrey Benvenida, Bachelor of Music, major in Music Education, batch 2019, PWU School of Music.
Compared to other schools, I could say that Philippine Women's has a lot of advantage. I've been to one of the Ivy League universities before, and the tuition fee is quite a lot compared here to this school. So for Philippine Women's, it comes in 3 semesters. The tuition fee is not that expensive, faster time, and we could still learn a lot. One of the reasons why I chose this school is mainly because of the location. It's super accessible.
I did choose BW University because of the way they approached me from the beginning, starting from the door guard, ending with the school dean interview. Everyone was friendly. They helped me to fit in from the first moment. They answered all my questions in a manner that I understand and in a perspective that I can relate to. Everyone was very friendly. I fit in from the first time.
We, as the student, we feel comfortable with the friendly environment. That helps us not just to enjoy the way of education we had here, but also to learn more, innovate more, and grow more as a student.
In here, I can make more motivation with many other activity in school because in here many activity. The second is no stress because I can confident, comfortable in this school. So I think Philippine Women University is my good choice.
My student days here was it was a very refreshing, at the same time a learning experience for me, because PWU made me a very well-rounded person. Aside from the academics, I am very much active in extracurricular activities. Life here, it's different because we're not confined within the department. I learned how to interact with different students in different departments, like for example in the HRM department, in the Fine Arts department. We don't have any barriers here. We are like a family here in this institution. That's what PWU is different from different schools. I hope that the students would enroll here because they will learn things that they would use in the future as they go outside in the real world, and they would use it to improve themselves more and to be successful in their chosen career in the future. I am Mary Antoinette Salgado, a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Accountancy here in Philippine Women's University.
The Philippine Women's University was founded in 1919 by 7 forward-looking Filipinas who envisioned education as a means of uplifting the status of women. Since the 1970s, PWU has been co-educational, and today's campus, located in the heart of Manila, is dynamic and diverse.
The reason I choose Philippine Women University is I can easily enroll with the test, and the semester in here, 1 year have 3 semester with 1 summer semester, so I can graduate soon. The second is no stress because I can confident, comfortable in this school. So I think Philippine Women University is my good choice.
Everyone was friendly. They helped me to fit in from the first moment. They answer all my questions in a manner that I understand and in a perspective that I can relate to.
PWU has pioneered in innovative research and produced thousands of graduates who are recognized as leaders in their respective fields. PWU's College of Music and Arts was founded in 1947 and is today recognized as a Center of Excellence by the Philippines Commission on Higher Education for the quality of its research and the excellence in its teaching methods. The Philippine Women's University's School of Music proudly carries on its excellent tradition in research, performance, and music education.
promise to be kind, to be fair, just. I promise to be forgiving. Nanay, I promise to be a good citizen of this country and to be a good child of God. I promise to take good care of you with all my love and might. And yes, I promise to take good care of myself so I can take good care of others. On this most important day of my life, my graduation day from our beloved Philippine Women's University, my heart overflows with joy. I thank God for Nanay. I thank God that despite dementia, she has not forgotten the name of her son. She knows deep in her heart and in her soul that something else was meant to be. Your words still ring like the church bells of our town, sonorous, powerful, sacred. My son, you're my winner. And for now and always, this is all that matters.
Communication arts allows you to dip your feet into anything. You will never feel limited, and you will never feel boxed in.
Taking up communication arts made me realize I can be at places I didn't imagine. Eventually, along the process, na-discover ko pala na I can do more. I am more than my dreams.
And so being a comm arts major gives me confidence that wherever I am, I can speak my mind in any situation and communicate with ease with others.
Most importantly, communication arts students have the opportunity to understand communication in a wide variety of contexts. We have the power to influence and educate others for the better.
Philippine Women's University allowed me to explore far beyond my expectation. Whether you are just building your networks or just exploring who or where you want to be, PWU will not just give you papers, exams, curriculums, but you will learn by experience.
PWU was founded in June of 1919. They wanted to give Filipinas a better opportunity, a better education so that they could play a more active role in society, but at the same time still being the heart and the foundation of the family unit.
It has produced a roster of alumni who have achieved in their respective field of specialization.
Professors, administrators, and even students are treating each other just like family.
When COVID-19 hit, Metro Manila was declared to be under lockdown.
There was an announcement that there will be online classes and we cannot go back to the classroom.
Can we manage handling classes with this new setup?
Kung mawawalan po ako ng internet, how would I continue my education?
Connectivity and availability of suitable devices was a big issue. So we tried to address that by partnering with Globe. The representatives showed us the capability and the features of the G Suite Enterprise for Education. We decided that this was something that we needed. So the university had shifted to G Suite for Education because of its affordability. And as we continue to evaluate and get feedback, that is when the decision to upgrade to G Suite Enterprise for Education, which was more robust.
They make applications and softwares that are free and accessible to all students.
G Suite offers variety of tools that made it easier for me to think of more creative ways to deliver the instruction.
Faculty members are happy because students are participative, and of course they are not stressed in using Google Classroom because it's really very simple.
Google Docs is really helpful for us students. They have the feature of being able to change or edit or revision directly.
The Google Jamboard sits like an interactive whiteboard which replaces the whiteboard that I use in a regular classroom.
Google provided us a good platform wherein we can mimic the actual experience of our student in campus. We'll be able to deliver what's necessary for our students.
We intend to still continue using virtual learning even after the pandemic.
The technology allows PWU not only to survive, but also to adapt and to thrive in terms of addressing the needs and the wants of the new generation.
With PWU's quality education and with the great help of Google and Globe, the integration of both would result to a great future.
Google Enterprise for Education makes PWU future ready because it allows us to deliver education to all of our students regardless of where they are. It will allow PWU to be more resilient, to be less disrupted in terms of delivery of education, of continuity of operations and systems with the help of Google Enterprise for Education.
Trustees of the Philippine Women's University, I am presenting to the public the 10th President of the University, Mr. Marco Alfredo M. Benitez.
As the chairperson of the Philippine Women's University Board of Trustees, I hereby pass on the scroll where the PW legacy is inscribed, a legacy of service to God, country, and home.
We gather here today to install PW's 10th president at the same time that we close the university's centennial year and renew our journey to the next 100 years. Therefore, let us build on the legacy of our founders and predecessors, and let us pave the way for the next generation of learners as PW stays true to its mission for the next 100 years. Thank you and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
I'm Kenneth Castillo, currently taking Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, major in Marketing Management, team captain of the PW men's futsal team, and here's my PW story. Way back in 2016, when I was looking for a university to enroll to, my friends, who are now my teammates, invited me to a futsal tryout in their school. After that, luckily I've been picked by the coach as one of the prizes in the said tryout. Starting my college career as a student athlete, that was really tough. As an athlete, we need to balance our training time and class schedule, and I had a hard time coping with that situation. But with the help and guidance of my coach, I learned how to deal with it. On my first year of playing in PWU, we won the 14th MNCAA Futsal Champion title, which is our major league, and we also won first place on the 3rd JMP Intercollegiate Futsal Tournament at the same year. The following year, we were the first placer in the 15th MNCAA Futsal League, and we were the champion on the 4th Intercollegiate Futsal Tournament. After that season, our team was preparing for the ISAA League, and the 16th MNCAA League was ongoing. But the games were postponed due to pandemic. This pandemic gave us a harder life, and it challenged our lives. For us as a student athlete, the pandemic doubled our hardships and struggles as compared to our normal lives, because all activities, including trainings, has to be done online. It is really hard to cope up with online training sessions due to financial problems, internet connection, and signal problems, adjusted daily routines, and lack of space to do our training since our sports is being played in a wide place. Despite of those hardships and struggles, it cannot stop us to do our responsibilities, and it cannot stop us from dreaming. Every week, we are following a training program provided by our coach. I am very blessed and thankful because even though there is a pandemic, PWU give us an opportunity to have scholarship even though there will be no tournaments for this academic year. Even there is a pandemic or not, it should not stop us from doing our responsibilities as an individual, especially from dreaming. Do not ever forget to pray to God because He guides and He provides.
Good day, my name is Jana Micaela S. Rosas. I live in Paranaque City and here's my PWU story. Ever since I was young, my dream is to be a student athlete, to fulfill my dreams, to do what makes me happy, which is basketball, and to support my studies and not be a burden to my family. After I graduated from senior high, I started to train every day because I want to try out at different universities. And I am blessed because I have a friend, his name is Kim, and he knows a varsity player in PWU. So I tried out there, and then I was fortunate enough to be welcomed into the Philippine Women's University. At first, I doubted myself if I can do my studies and being an athlete at the same time, but I still took the risk because I knew I was happy with what I was doing, so I can handle everything. And I know God is always by my side. He will not forsake me. Being a student athlete is very challenging, but being a student athlete at PWU requires discipline, time management, commitment, mental sharpness, obligation, teamwork, and a lot of pride in representing the university. My student athlete experience in PWU has helped me shape the strong and independent woman I am today. And I am very thankful to my teammates and coaches who guided and helped me. To Coach Vic, you have taught us sportsmanship, fair play, and many values that we will need throughout life. And of course, I thank PWU for my education. You are full of so many opportunities. You made me a good student and a strong leader. Thank you for trusting me to represent Philippine Women's University. I'm second year, taking Bachelor of Science in Medical Technology, and I'm the captain ball of the women's basketball team.
PWU Music Education provided a big boost to my teaching arsenal, as it opened up a big opportunity to render my services to teach Philippine and Asian music cultures in an exclusive institution for future women leaders. My experiences allowed me to become a reflective teacher, providing what is essential, showing how certain instruments are ought to be played, raising awareness to the state and condition of indigenous groups in the Philippines, and allow students growth through experiential and collaborative learning.
Music can never be like a loose rope when we teach it. It has to be very tight with information to help understand the reasons why we should study this, like any other subjects. We cannot just say, listen to it, but rather lead them to comprehend on the hows and whys of every music there is, to make it more meaningful and connecting. That is what I gained in my degree. Music education brought us to teach every young artists that the root is where we should always begin, to bridge the ends of knowledge and passion. And it is in the beauty of arranging those tones into a beautiful melody and a story that would then plunge into every part of your soul. Because yes, music, albeit a creation of the mind, is still and always from the heart to your heart. This is Aubrey Benvenida, Bachelor of Music, major in Music Education, batch 2019, PWU School of Music.
Compared to other schools, I could say that Philippine Women's has a lot of advantage. I've been to one of the Ivy League universities before, and the tuition fee is quite a lot compared here to this school. So for Philippine Women's, it comes in 3 semesters. The tuition fee is not that expensive, faster time, and we could still learn a lot. One of the reasons why I chose this school is mainly because of the location. It's super accessible.
I did choose BW University because of the way they approached me from the beginning, starting from the door guard, ending with the school dean interview. Everyone was friendly. They helped me to fit in from the first moment. They answered all my questions in a manner that I understand and in a perspective that I can relate to. Everyone was very friendly. I fit in from the first time.
We, as the student, we feel comfortable with the friendly environment that helps us not just to enjoy the way of education we had here, but also to learn more, innovate more, and grow more as a student.
In here, I can make more motivation with many other activity in school because in here many activity. The second is no stress because I can confident, comfortable in this school. So I think Philippine Women University is my good choice.
Lunch and replenish your energy because there is a still more exciting and knowledgeable presentation in store for you this afternoon. So without further ado, to start our afternoon session, these speakers will talk about carotenoids and chlorogenic acid and its effect on our health. Our first speaker is Miss Alexandra May Olan, registered nutritionist dietitian. She is a clinical dietitian at Mary Mediatrix Medical Center. She graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Nutrition Dietetics at Batangas State University, batch 2016. Next is Miss Diana Lynn Ignacio. She is also a registered nutritionist dietitian and graduate of Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics at University of Santo Tomas in 2011. She is a volunteer dietitian at Rainbow Cup Foundation Philippines and currently affiliated as the dietitian at Navotas City Hospital. The next speaker is our own morning moderator, Miss Dawn Fatima Cuevas, registered nutritionist dietitian. She graduated cum laude at Central Mindanao University Batch 2013 with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics and currently works as an Instructor 1 and Research Collaborator at Central Mindanao University. Our last speaker for this session is Miss Patricia Castillo, registered nutritionist dietitian. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics with Food Service Management at St. Scholastica's College, Manila, and she is currently working as a nutritionist dietitian 2 at Batangas Medical Center. Friends, let us all listen to Miss Alexandra May Olan, RND.
Good day, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. This afternoon, I will discuss about beta-carotene in sweet potatoes and its potential anti-obesity benefits. For the topic outline, I will talk about what is beta-carotene, its functions, and its sources. I will also discuss what is obesity and how prevalent it is, especially this time of pandemic. Next, I will also discuss the 3 studies that support the anti-obesity benefits of beta-carotene, and lastly, my take-home message. Beta-carotene is an organic compound that gives vivid yellow, orange, and red coloring to plants and fruits. In the body, beta-carotene converts into vitamin A, which is also called retinol. We know that some of the functions of beta-carotene in our body are for good vision, eye health, for strong immune system, for healthy skin, and mucous membrane. One of the good sources of beta-carotene is the sweet potato, which is locally known as kamote in the Philippines. It contains significant amount of powerful antioxidants, beta-carotene, and it is also rich in fiber, vitamin C, and carbohydrates. Its color ranges between yellow, orange, red, brown, purple, and beige. Did you know that according to the Department of Agriculture, sweet potato is considered as one of the most important crops in the Philippines? It is cultivated as the basic staple food and used as the main ingredient in a wide array of merienda or snacks in the Philippines, such as kamote Q, kamote fries, and kamote chips. Also, according to the Philippine Statistics Authority, Bicol region is the top producer of sweet potatoes. Obesity. The World Health Organization defines obesity and being overweight as abnormal or excessive fat accumulation that presents a risk to health. The WHO states that in 2016, worldwide obesity has nearly tripled since 1975, and estimated 39% were overweight and 30% of the adult population were obese. Several factors can play a role in gaining and retaining excess weight. This includes unhealthy diet, lack of exercise, environmental factors, which are too much alcohol consumption, socioeconomic status, and parent feeding behavior, and lastly, genetics. The good news is that even modest weight loss can improve or prevent the health and problems associated with obesity. A healthier diet, increased physical activity, and behavior changes can help to lose weight. Prescription medications and weight loss procedure are additional options for treating obesity. The body mass index, or the BMI, is a simple index for weight for height that is commonly used to classify overweight and obesity in adults. It is defined as a person's weight in kilograms divided by the square of his height in meters. In this photo, we can see how to categorize one's nutritional status according to the WHO guidelines. BMI provides the most useful population-level measure of overweight and obesity, as it is the same for both sexes and for all ages of adults. However, it should be considered a rough guide because it may not correspond to the same degree of fatness in different individuals. There are two classifications of obesity according to the fat distribution. These are the android obesity and the gynoid obesity. Android obesity is a type of obesity that is also called apple-shaped body. The person stores fat around his or her abdominal region, and also android obese individuals are more prone to obesity-related diseases. For the gynoid type of obesity, it is called the pear-shaped body, where the excess fat are being deposited somewhere at the hip and the thigh areas. But despite such, gynoid obese individuals are said to be at much safer position than the android obese individuals, where they are less at risk in developing chronic illnesses and linked to obesity and overweight. For the first article that I will discuss with the title Associations of Serum Carotenoids with DXA-derived body fat and fat distribution in Chinese adults, a prospective study. It is from the Journal of American Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics by Wang et al., published on March 2020. The main objective of this study is to explore the association of serum carotenoids with the body fat and fat distribution in Chinese adults. A total of 4,048 participants aged 40 to 75 years old classified into sex-specific quartiles were recruited from 2008 to 2013 in two batches from urban Guangzhou in southern China. Its study design is a cross-sectional and longitudinal analysis of prospective community-based cohort. Trained interviewers conducted face-to-face interviews using a constructed questionnaire. The BMI was calculated wearing no shoes and light clothing. Also, fat mass and its percentage fat mass of the participants were measured by the DXA in whole body scans. Serum carotenoid samples of the participants were obtained the morning after participants fasted overnight. In the study, it revealed that compared with men, women had relatively higher concentrations of serum carotenoids, a lower dietary intake, and lower proportions of smokers and alcohol consumers. The fat mass and body percentage fat mass in the android area as well as in the trunk showed the strongest associations, while the gynoid area and limbs had the weakest associations with carotenoid. Beta-carotene had the strongest association with adiposity indices, followed by alpha-carotene, lutein, zeaxanthin, and lycopene, while beta-carotenoid had the weakest association. Longitudinal results showed that higher beta-carotene were associated with significant lower 3-year increases in the BMI, waist circumference, waist hip ratio, body fat mass in the android and gynoid area, and also the percentage fat mass in the total body trunk. The researchers concluded that higher serum carotenoid concentrations were associated with better profiles of body fat, especially in the abdominal region in Chinese adults. For the second article is entitled Serum Antioxidant Concentrations and Metabolic Syndrome are Associated Among U.S. Adolescents in Recent National Surveys. It is from the Journal of Nutrition by Budon et al., published last 2012. The main objective of this study is to test the associations between serum antioxidants and metabolic syndrome, which is also called the METS, outcomes among adolescents aged 12 to 19 years old using a cross-sectional data from the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey of 2001 to 2006. Out of the NHANES data with 7,078 participants aged 12 to 19 years old from 2000 to 2016, only 782 participants were completely analyzed. This includes demographic data, plasma antioxidant status, dietary data, and complete data on serum vitamin C levels. Its study design is a cross-sectional study. Waist circumference and blood pressure were measured, and also the participants were tested for FBS, serum triglycerides, HDLC, total cholesterol, fasting serum insulin, and uric acid level. According to the International Diabetes Federation criteria, METS was positive when more than 3 of the following conditions simultaneously occurred. These are the abdominal obesity, dyslipidemia, hypertension, and hyperglycemia. Serum concentrations and selected antioxidants were determined using the HPLC. The socio-demographic characteristics were also gathered. The study revealed that the prevalence of METs using the IDF criteria among adolescents was estimated at 7% among boys and 3% among girls, with sex differences. In this table, we can see that sex differences were detected where boys have lower beta-carotene, vitamin E, and vitamin C concentration than girls. Also, boys had higher total energy, alcohol, caffeine, fiber, vitamin C, and vitamin intakes than girls. Among carotenoids, lower levels in the METs plus group were noted for beta-carotene, beta-cryptoxanthin, and lutein zeaxanthin. The researchers concluded that among U.S. adolescents, serum carotenoid concentrations were inversely related with MET status. The associations of METs and its components with low serum antioxidant concentrations suggest that future nutritional interventions with recommendation for appropriate dietary intakes should be conducted to assess the utility of modifying serum concentration of antioxidants. For the last study that I will discuss is entitled White Sweet Potato as Meal Replacement for Overweight White-Collar Workers, a randomized controlled trial from the journal Nutrients MDPI by Shi et al. Published on 2019. The goal of this study is to assess the effects of white sweet potato meal replacement, or the WSPMR, formula on body weight management among white-collar workers by using meal replacement strategy in a dietary intervention trial. 56 white-collar workers participated in the study, aged 30 to 50 years old, with a BMI range of 24 to 30. Participants were randomly assigned into non-white sweet potato group and white sweet potato meal replacement group. The white sweet potato meal replacement group was instructed to follow and have one normal meal and replace lunch and dinner with 2 packs of shakes and with 132 grams of the WSPMR formula that contains 20 grams of WSP from 66 packets. Its study design is a randomized controlled trial. The anthropometric measurements of the participants and their blood samples were also determined. A registered dietitian instructed the participants to follow energy-restricted diet with approximately 1,200 calories and 1,500 kilocalories per day, 55% from carbohydrates, 15% from protein, and 30% from fat. For 8-week intervention period, participants attended group training sessions and 4 face-to-face nutrition education. In this table were changes in participants' anthropometrics parameters over week 0 to week 8 shows that after the 8-week intervention, energy intake significantly decreased within each group, but not between both groups. This table represents that the changes in patients' clinical characteristics between the endpoint, or the week 8, and the baseline, which is the week 0, in the groups. Though dietary intervention significantly reduced most of the anthropometric parameters, only the changes in body weight, body fat, BMI, and MAC were significant. The relative changes in body weight, body fat, BMI, and MAC were higher in the WSP-MR group than in the non-WSP group. After the 8-week intervention, the within-group analysis revealed a significant 5% decrease in the body weight, body fat, BMI, and MAC in the WSP-MR group. While in this table, where we can see the changes in participants' glycemic markers and lipid profile over week 0 to week 8. The non-WSP group and the WSP-MR groups both demonstrated significant changes in the levels of lipid markers. It is noticeable the changes in HbA1c levels were significantly lower in the WSP-MR group than in the non-WSP group. By contrast, the changes in the HDLC levels were significantly higher within the WSP-MR group. The researchers concluded that the use of the white sweet potato meal replacement formula effectively reduced body weight, body fat, BMI, and MAC and HbA1c levels. These treatments was well tolerated and no serious side effects were detected. For my take-home message, many evidences show that fat mass can trigger and aggravate risk for cardiovascular diseases, some cancers, and type 2 diabetes. Richest sources of beta-carotene are yellow, orange, and green leafy fruits and vegetables like sweet potato. Sweet potato also contains fiber, vitamins, and minerals that helps to combat malnutrition in individuals requiring weight loss. Higher serum carotenoids concentration were associated with better profiles of body fat, especially in the abdominal region. And lastly, foods rich in beta-carotene may serve as a healthier substitute and may be beneficial for the management of overweight and obesity. That's all. That's the end of my talk, and thank you for listening.
Okay, so good afternoon. I know it's siesta time, but please join us until the end of the session as we still have a lot in store for you this afternoon. So I hope you already have your favorite cup of coffee beside you while I discuss the role of chlorogenic acid in coffee and the management of blood glucose. So this afternoon, I will talk about diabetes and the different roles of chlorogenic acid and discuss the studies that can show us the effects of chlorogenic acid on our blood glucose. And lastly, before we end, I would like to share to you my cup to go. So, diabetes, according to the World Health Organization, is a chronic condition wherein our pancreas do not produce enough insulin or when our body cannot effectively use the insulin it produces. Diabetes ranked fourth in 2020 as the leading cause of death next to cardiovascular disease, cancer, and cerebrovascular disease, according to the Philippine Statistics Authority. In 2021, the IDF or International Diabetes Federation recorded 537 million adults living with diabetes. Statistics shows that in 3 in 4 adults with diabetes are living in low and middle income countries like the Philippines. The Philippines is included in the Western Pacific region, which recorded the highest number of diabetes in the world. With 206 million cases in the region in 2021, the number is expected to increase to 238 and to 260 million in 2045, respectively. The diabetes is a progressive condition that can be managed by keeping our blood glucose levels in check and making sure that it stays in the normal levels. Normal fasting blood glucose level, according to the American Diabetes Association, for healthy non-pregnant adults should be less than 100 milligrams per deciliter. But for those who have glucose meters that uses millimole per liter as their unit of measurement, you simply just have to multiply the results in millimole to 18 to get your results in milligram per deciliter. So, through this effort of maintaining our blood glucose levels in check, we can prevent different complications brought about by this disease. Some examples of diabetes complications are chronic kidney disease, nerve damage, and heart disease. It can also cause problems with our feet, oral health, vision, and even mental health. A blood glucose of 100 to 125 milligrams per deciliter may be a sign that you are now on track to your journey to having diabetes. Having this level of blood glucose level is what we call pre-diabetes. We can say that pre-diabetes is a somewhat a crossroad of for a person to make a decision in his life, whether to make changes or to prevent or delay the onset of diabetes. So having this blood glucose level means above normal, but not high enough for a diabetes diagnosis. So as a dietitian, when I do patient counseling, more often than not, the question, ma'am, can I drink coffee? Or ma'am, can I still drink coffee? Will always be asked by my patients who wants to control their blood glucose levels. In previous years, coffee has been antagonized by the possibility of being a carcinogenic. But as more research on this concoction was conducted, the claim was eventually put to rest. So, coffee can not only energize or kickstart our day, it's a complex beverage that our knowledge about it continues to evolve. Most of the time, caffeine may be the first thing that comes to mind when you think about coffee. But do you also know that coffee also contains riboflavin that is essential in cell growth, energy production, and other metabolic functions? It also contains magnesium, which is essential for muscle regulation and nerve function. There are also plant chemicals like diterpenes, cafestol, and caveol. And also, let's not forget, coffee also contains polyphenols like quinic acid and chlorogenic acid. Chlorogenic acid is a dietary polyphenol produced by certain species of plant and is a major component of coffee. According to a paper published by Meng et al. In 2013, chlorogenic acid has a hypoglycemic and anti-diabetic effect that is similar to metformin by decreasing the amount of glucose it absorbed from the food and the amount of glucose produced by the liver. So, chlorogenic acid can also stimulate the insulin secretion and improves glucose tolerance and insulin resistance. So, the majority of research conducted in studying the effects of chlorogenic acid in blood glucose control are usually short term. An example of the study is by the group of Van Zyk that was published in the American Diabetes Association's Diabetes Care in 2009. So this randomized crossover trial study was conducted on 15 overweight non-smoker males with no diabetes and with BMI between 25 to 35 kilograms meters square. So the group also wanted to study the glucose effect of the caffeinated coffee and two other major coffee components, chlorogenic acid and trigonelline. So this trigonelline, like chlorogenic acid, is a major coffee component that is responsible for the bitter alkaloid taste in coffee and is said to have a hypoglycemic effect as well. So for the study, they used 1 gram of mannitol that was dissolved in 270 ml water as their control formulation. The group also wanted to test whether 1 gram of chlorogenic acid or 500 grams of trigonelline or 12 grams of decaffeinated Nescafe Gold that contains a combination of 264 grams of chlorogenic acid and 72 grams of trigonelline that are dissolved in 270 ml water can have an advantage or significant effect in the comparison to the control group. So how did they test this? So 1 week before the trial, the subject's coffee consumption is restricted to only 1 cup a day and no coffee consumption at all before the trial day. So all patients here fasted for 12 hours overnight. And for the trial day, each participant ingested one supplement 30 minutes before they started a 75-gram oral glucose tolerance test. So for the information of our audience who are not familiar with OGTT, oral glucose tolerance test is performed to screen an individual for diabetes. So it measures the body's reaction to glucose. OGTT is usually done in several steps. First, you will be advised to fast overnight for 8 to 12 hours. So after fasting, a blood sample will be taken before you drink a cup or 270 ml of glucose solution that contains either 500 grams or 75 grams of glucose. So if you are being screened for type 2 diabetes, your blood glucose will be measured again after 2 hours. But for pregnant women being screened for gestational diabetes mellitus, blood glucose levels will be measured 1 hour and 2 hours or even sometimes 3 hours after drinking the glucose solution, mainly depends on the request of your OBGYN. So for this study, 7 venous blood samples were taken for each trial day, and the first sample was taken 30 minutes before the start of OGTT, immediately followed by the ingestion of a supplement. So the second blood sample for this was taken just before the start of OGTT, and the other samples were taken 15, 30, 90, 60, 90, and 120 minutes after. So there is a washout period of 6 days in between each trial day until all participants were able to take or sample all supplements. So as a result, this table shows the glucose concentration in millimole per liter. So during the OGTT following the ingestion of chlorogenic acid, decaffeinated coffee, and triguanilin, and the placebo. So for reference purposes, as you can see here on the second row, so the minus 30-minute mark means 30 minutes before the OGTT. And time zero here was taken just before drinking the 75-gram oral glucose solution. And 15, 30, 60, 90, and 120 minutes after starting the test. So now, on the fourth column, we can see that the glucose concentration tended to be lower after chlorogenic acid and triguanilin ingestion when compared to the placebo and the caffeinated coffee. But they found out that both results are only significant 15 minutes after the start of the test. So this study by the group of Van Zyk concluded that chlorogenic acid and triguanilin have an early glucose response during the oral glucose tolerance test. So with this conclusion, the study now contributes to the hypothesis that coffee has a beneficial effect in the management of glucose levels. Another study that uses the OGTT pattern as basis of glucose control absorption is the study published by Dr. Erlington in 2007. So it was published in the Journal of Internal Medical Research. So the study investigated the effects of single drink coffee products in glucose absorption of 6 males and 6 female subjects. So all 12 participants are healthy, non-smokers, and with normal weight and BMI of less than 25 kilograms meter square. So for this one, they used a three-way double-blind randomized crossover method to determine if the effects of 25 grams of sucrose, which serves as the control, and 25 grams of sucrose with 10 grams of Nescafe instant caffeinated coffee, which contains an estimate of 30 to 44 milligrams per gram of chlorogenic acid, and 25 grams of sucrose with 10 grams of Nescafe decaffeinated coffee, which also contains an estimate of 30 to 40 milligrams per gram of chlorogenic acid, and 25 grams of sucrose with 10 grams of coffee slender, but this time it contains an estimate of 90 to 100 milligrams per gram of chlorogenic acid. So all formulation here are dissolved in 400 ml water. So for this, all participants fasted overnight for 12 hours. On the trial day, blood sample is collected before ingestion of the supplement, and then glucose levels were followed 2 hours after the intake with the measurement as follows here. So there was also a 1 week washout period for the different treatments. So according to this, Dr. Tom then found out that among the beverage in the study, only coffee slender, okay, which coffee slender is a beverage that contains concentrated chlorogenic acid and that shows significant reduction as indicated by the mean standard error of 724 plus minus 8.2 millimole per liter per minute after intake of coffee slender in comparison to caffeinated and decaffeinated coffee, and also from the glucose solution. Okay, so with this, result, he concluded that chlorogenic acid-enriched coffee have a significant effect on the absorption and utilization of glucose in the diet. Okay, so for this one, the conclusion can be further supported by the study conducted by a group of Japanese researchers led by Kazuya Iwai in 2012. So their study on the postprandial glucose response to a chlorogenic acid-rich extract of decaffeinated green coffee beans in rats and healthy subjects is a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled crossover trial that was conducted to 41 healthy subjects. So this study was assessed or wants to assess the anti-hyperglycemic effect of 100 milligram extract of decaffeinated green coffee bean with 3.92 grams of chlorogenic acid based on the nutrient analysis performed by the Japanese Food Research Laboratories in Tokyo, Japan. So they tested this against a placebo of 200 ml water and 300 milligram extract of decaffeinated green coffee that contains an estimate of 11.676 grams of chlorogenic acid, also dissolved in 200 ml water. So prior to the trial day, all subjects were advised to finish their dinner before 9 in the evening and only drink water until or after the test. So patients were all given a preset meal of 2 pieces onigiri. So each piece contains an estimate of 180 to 185 calories. And then it is paired with either the controlled beverage of 200 ml water or a test beverage of 100 or 300 milligrams extract of decaffeinated green coffee beans. So all participants must take this within 10 minutes of starting the trial. Okay, so after the subjects were given 1 week washout period. So you have noticed all three trials have a washout period of at least 6 days in between each trial. So the washout period here helps affirm that the effects of the results obtained in the clinical trials are attributable to the specific intervention or formulation and not from the previous formulation or beverage taken for each trial. Okay. So in here, they found out that the 100 and 300 milligram extract of decaffeinated coffee bean treatment have lower glucose response after ingestion in comparison to the control group. So you can see here all the way until the 120-minute mark, but only the 300 milligram extract of decaffeinated green coffee beans after 30 minutes. So here have shown significant postprandial glucose response in comparison to the 100 milligram extract of decaffeinated green coffee beans and control group. Okay. So in conclusion for the studies, it has shown that the plasma glucose levels can be significantly reduced by administering 300 milligram extract of decaffeinated green coffee beans. So before I end my discussion today, I'd like to share to you my cup to go. First is that chlorogenic acid in coffee has an acute early glucose response effect. So what does this mean? As shown on the study by the group of Van Zyk, chlorogenic acid can lower blood glucose level for only a short period of time. So, and lastly, we can say that the consumption of 100 to 300 grams of or about 2.5 teaspoons of chlorogenic acid enriched decaffeinated green bean coffee extract may help manage and lower your blood glucose levels. So thank you very much.
right, so the previous speakers talked about obesity and diabetes. Now, it is said that every 10 pounds you're overweight will increase your body's cholesterol production, and the damage to the blood vessels caused by diabetes makes the bad cholesterol stick and form plaques. Now, the plaques then inhibit the transfer of vitamin A into the eyes. And without vitamin A, our ability to see things will be affected. Now, this is concerning as 80% of what we perceive comes through our sense of sight. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dawn Cuevas, and we are going to talk about beta-carotene adaptation in vitamin A deficient individuals. Now, my talk will be divided into three main parts. The first one is the introduction that will cover what is vitamin A and its forms, its relationship to the human vision, and how beta-carotene relationship. Secondly, we are going to examine the available evidences on the efficacy of beta-carotene biofortified maize or biofortified corn in preventing and or curing impaired dark adaptation. And lastly, I am going to give you my take-home message. So, what is vitamin A? So vitamin A is a fat-soluble vitamin that is present in two main forms. We have the preform vitamin A, that is also known as your active form, that includes your retinol, retinal esters, and your retinoic acids, and they can be sourced out from animal food origins. On the other hand, your provitamin A carotenoids is also known as your inactive form. These are plant pigments that are dietary precursors of retinol. So basically, we humans can convert beta-carotene into retinol in our intestines. Now, the main provitamin A carotenoids in the human diet are your beta-carotene, alpha-carotene, and beta-cryptoxanthin. So vitamin A has several functions as it is necessary for the proper growth and functioning of many parts of the body. However, vitamin A is much known for its function in human vision. Well, to be more exact, on the capacity for night vision. Now, night vision is defined as our ability to see under low light condition, and the process that enabled this is called dark adaptation. Now, imagine yourself, standing in a well-lit corridor, and then you enter a darkened cinema. Initially, you will not see anything, but give it some time, your eyes will adjust to the point that you can see the silhouette or the features of the walls and the chairs. Now, that is an example of dark adaptation, which is defined as the transition of the retina from the light adapted state to the dark adapted state. So dark adaptation is said to be, or it was elucidated that there are three integral parts that works for dark adaptation to happen. And the first one is your pupil. Now, pupil will act as a filter that contracts and expands and control the amount of light that enters to our retina, as you can see here on the figure. So it is your pupil that controls the amount of light that enters our eyes. Now, our pupils is controlled or governed by two reflexes. We have the pupillary light and dark reflex, which is highly dependent on rhodopsin levels. Next integrative part is your cones and rods. Now, dark adaptation refers to the process whereby the retina adapts to decreasing levels of illumination, which entails a transition from your cones, which is responsible for bright light vision, into rod's activity, which is responsible for a low lit vision or low lit conditions. So that's your cones and rods. Then the next part is your rhodopsin, which is considered a visual purple photopigment present in your rod cells, which requires vitamin A in the form of 11-cis retinal for its formation. However, without vitamin A, the formation of rhodopsin will be hampered, which in turn will affect the sensitivity of the pupillary reflex and will result to impairment of dark adaptation that may lead to night blindness, than to permanent blindness. Now, there are two ways to measure your dark adaptation. First one is the pupillary response or pupillary responsiveness. It is defined as the absolute percentage of change in pupil diameter from pre to post stimuli. Now, normal pupil varies in size from 2 to 4 millimeters in diameter during bright light vision, and then 4 to 8 millimeters in dark light vision. Now, for normal pupils, once exposed to light, it will return to their widest size at 12 to 15 seconds. But after exposure to a light, okay? But, however, for pupil with dilation lag, it may take up to 25 seconds. The second measure is your pupillary threshold, which is defined as the minimum number of quanta of light entering the eye in unit time. It is the first stimulus of light that at which our pupil diameter decreased by greater than or equal to 10%. So basically, pupillary threshold, it is the minimum amount of light that is necessary or that will elicit response from our pupils. Now, these two methods will give us the chance to detect vitamin A deficiency at its early stages. But why is it necessary to detect vitamin A deficiency and to prevent it as early as possible? It is because, according to the World Health Organization, vitamin A deficiency is said to be the leading cause of preventable blindness in children. And that is estimated that there are a staggering amount of 250,000 to 500,000 children who are vitamin A deficient become blind every year. Now, this is very concerning. Because in our country, 1 out of 6 Filipino children aged 6 months to 5 years old are vitamin A deficient. And that if left untreated, it may lead and it may develop to permanent blindness. Now, despite the ongoing efforts of vitamin A supplementation, food fortification, vitamin A deficiency still remains as a public health concern in both low to middle income countries. We can safely say that no single intervention will alleviate vitamin A deficiency. However, recent studies have shown that biofortification will bridge the gap between supplementation and fortification. So what is biofortification? And why do we have to biofortify plants when we can just source out provitamin A carotenoids from naturally existing fruits and vegetables like your kalabasa, your squash, your malunggay, your papaya, and even mango, and many more? But it is because biofortification can enhance food crops, increasing bioavailability to the human population that are developed and grown using modern biotechnology techniques, conventional plant breeding, and agronomic practices. Now, the table shows, as you can see here, the comparison of bioavailability of common forms of beta-carotene, or this is what we call as the vitamin A equivalency of beta-carotene. This is defined as the amount of ingested beta-carotene in micrograms that is absorbed and converted to 1 micrograms retinol to be used by the body. Because our body is we use retinol, which is the active form of vitamin A. Basically, it is our currency of vitamin A in our body. So a 1:1 ratio for supplemental or preformed vitamin A. So it means that 100% will be converted. So once we consume a vitamin A supplement, it'll be 100% converted to retinol inside our body. For the supplemental beta-carotene, now this is a concentrated form, either synthesized chemically or extracted from natural origin. Now, there is a 2:1 ratio. So meaning almost like 50% of the ingested beta-carotene will be converted to retinol inside our body. However, unfortunately, for mixed vegetables and fruits high in beta-carotene, we need 12 micrograms of beta-carotene for it to be just converted into 1 micrograms retinol. So that's quite high. However, due to transgenic based biofortification, which is a method of introducing an artificial gene to the genome of another organism, results to redistribution of micronutrients. It increases or reconstructs the biochemical pathways that increases also the bioavailability of micronutrients, and also by removal of anti-nutrients and multi-gene transfer, like transferring several genes that will improve the nutritional content of the biofortified plant, is made possible through this transgenic based biofortification. Now, the improvement of nutritional content and increased bioavailability due to biofortification and its physiologic effect to human body was observed in a study conducted by Anon et al. In year 2014, entitled Biofortified Orange Maize is as efficacious as a vitamin A supplement in Zambian children, even in the presence of high liver reserves of vitamin a community-based, randomized, placebo-controlled trial published by the American Society for Nutrition. So in their study, 5 to 7 years old Zambian children were randomly assigned into 3 groups. The first treatment group are given with white maize with vitamin A supplement. The second treatment group were given the beta-carotene biofortified orange maize. And the third group is the placebo group given white maize with peanut oil. Now, the children were subjected to a 90 days treatment period with 7 days washout period. During the 90-day treatment, children were given corn porridge during breakfast, and nishima, as you can see here in this in the figure, is a Zambian staple food made up of corn flour for lunch and dinner. Now, to avoid sharing of food, the children were placed in separate room. Then they used the 13C retinol isotope dilution test. It is an accurate technique to assess vitamin A status was used to determine the bioavailability and bioefficacy of biofortified orange maize. The results showed a 10.4 microgram beta-carotene is to 1 microgram retinol vitamin A equivalency of beta-carotene. Now that is lower than the one I showed you earlier, which requires us at least 12 micrograms of beta-carotene. So this is the improvement caused by biofortification. Now this happens because of, as I mentioned earlier, the transgenic biofortification of maize, which targeted the bacterial phytene synthase gene, or the CRTB, because this gene enhances the accumulation of beta-carotene in the maize endosperm. Aside from that, transgene synthesis also downregulated lipoxygenase, which inhibits absorption of beta-carotene. Aside from that, the transgene synthesis also enhanced the vitamin E content of biofortified maize, which upsurge beta-carotene's stability, especially during storage. Now, with the improved bioavailability, it is no wonder that the total body reserves of retinol of the respondents also increased. However, the researchers observed a varying degree of response with suspected outliers, as some reacted favorably whilst others reacted poorly to treatment. So to avoid bias, the researchers decided to use median change to assess the participants' response to treatment without being affected by extreme reaction. So the researchers, are 95% confident that the median change for orange maize of 84 micromoles per liter falls between 25 to 146 micromoles per liter, while white maize is at 98 micromoles per liter and falls between the range of 24 to 17 micromoles per liter, and that there is no significant difference between the two groups or between the two treatment groups. Meaning orange maize biofortified with beta-carotene has a comparable effect to vitamin A supplement in raising total body reserves of retinol. As you can see on the p-value, there is no significant difference, is that this p-value is at 0.34. But there is a significant difference between the two treatment groups to the placebo group with a p-value of 0.0034. So the increase in total body reserves of retinol ensures constant supply of retinol that can be oxidized to retinaldehyde or retinal, which is necessary for their generation of rhodopsin. The physiologic process can be observed in the study conducted by the group of Palmer et al. In year 2016 entitled Provitamin A carotenoid biofortified maize consumption increases papillary responsiveness among Zambian children in a randomized controlled trial. This was published by the American Society for Nutrition. The respondents in the study were Zambian children aged 4 to 8 years old who are randomly assigned to biofortified orange maize group and to white maize group and subjected to pre and post-intervention responses to graded light stimuli. After the 60 days treatment, the researchers observed an increase of 1.5% in papillary responsiveness of orange maize group who have a baseline serum retinol level at less than 1.05 micromoles per liter, while change in white maize group is only at 0.2%. This shows a significant difference between the two groups with a p-value of 0.01. The researchers were also 95% confident that the increase in papillary response for orange maize groups falls between 0.1 to 4.3%. This shows that daily consumption of beta-carotene biofortified maize can help increase papillary responsiveness, showing its potential to prevent impaired dark adaptation. Now, a similar study was conducted by the group of Nathan Congdon in year 2000 and published by the American Society for Nutrition. The research was entitled Responsiveness of Dark Adaptation Threshold to Vitamin A and Beta-Carotene Supplementation in Pregnant and Lactating Women. Now, there were 345 women who were selected to participate and were randomly assigned to vitamin A supplement group and beta-carotene supplement group, and then lastly, the placebo group that receives peanut oil. Now, the results, as you can see here in the table, serum retinol is inversely correlated to dark adaptation threshold for vitamin A supplement and beta-carotene with a regression coefficient of 0.003 and negative 0.009 respectively, meaning that the higher the serum retinol levels, the lower the threshold, or it means that the higher the retinol levels, the lower the amount of light required for us to see in the dark because they are inversely related. However, we must also note that the serum retinol level of beta-carotene group is significantly associated to dark adaptation thresholds, while for vitamin A supplement group, it is not. This is actually because we can say that supplementing vitamin A is effective in raising serum retinol and showed expected outcome of improving dark adaptation threshold of postpartum women. But let us not forget that the beta-carotene supplement groups, their serum retinol levels here, serum retinol levels are relatively lower than vitamin A supplement group. However, you have to notice that the dark adaptation threshold is the same with vitamin A supplement group. Now, this is because serum retinol levels is governed by the last in, first out system. So every time we consume the retinol, we consume retinol from the food that we eat, no? The retinol from that food is automatically or will be prioritized to circulate our body. Then the excess will then be converted or stored in our liver or in our fat tissues. Thus, consuming vitamin A supplement will increase serum retinols almost immediately. But it's a different story with beta carotene because beta carotene is inherently less bioavailable than your retinol. So, but as you can see again on the table, your beta carotene can directly improve dark adaptation, no, based on the previous research. Based on responsiveness and threshold, beta carotene consumption can improve this dark adaptation, responsiveness, and threshold. It is because our retina is capable of post-absorptive conversion of beta carotene into vitamin A. So meaning our retina has the capacity to convert beta carotene to vitamin A for its own use. And that is catalyzed by the enzyme we call as beta carotene oxygenase 1. And that is the reason why beta carotene, though it cannot effectively raise your serum retinol levels, it still has a significant effect to the dark adaptation of an individual. So my take-home message, so biofortification is an effective means of improving beta-carotene bioavailability in maize or corn. And due to this improved bioavailability, biofortified corn can increase total body retinol reserves comparable to that of vitamin A supplements. Also, beta-carotene biofortified maize has a similar effect to beta-carotene supplements as both can improve dark adaptation of vitamin A deficient individuals or marginally vitamin A deficient individuals. We can then safely say that beta-carotene biofortified maize can be a potential alternative to vitamin A supplementation and fortification in preventing and or curing vitamin A deficiency. Furthermore, beta-carotene biofortified maize can be processed into flour and may be utilized as an ingredient to improve nutritional content of processed foods. And that is all for me. Thank you.
Do you feel anxious, worried, or down from time to time? Considering the current state of our society with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and the other surrounding social, political, and even personal issues, the great load of stress and anxiety results to considerable disturbance on people's mental health. Different surveys show that drastic increase on stress and anxiety levels, depression, and insomnia during the pandemic. You may feel anxious on whether you will get sick or even infect your loved ones. High levels of distress can relatively drive an individual into developing a mental illness. Most people resort to increased alcohol intake and overuse of drugs in order to cope with a sudden change. On a side note, aside from high oil prices and heartbreak, which causes emotional upset, what possible factors can affect a person's mental health state? Good afternoon, everyone. The previous speakers discussed the different effects of carotenoids on several diseases, but my talk will focus solely on the question, does the intake of carotenoid-rich foods affect mental health? For a brief overview of my presentation, this will be the roadmap for the discussion on the roles of carotenoid-rich foods in mental health. First, an introduction on what mental health is, followed by introduction on carotenoids by description. Then the 3 journals supporting the topic will be presented for result discussion. And lastly, the take-home message, which provides the topic conclusion. Mental health is defined by WHO as a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and to be able to make a contribution to his or her community. According to WHO, depression affects more than 3 million Filipinos, which shows high prevalence of depression in the Philippines even before the pandemic started.
It is also said that mental illnesses are the third most prevalent forms of morbidity in the country. Now let us focus our discussion on carotenoids. There are more than 600 known types of carotenoids found in plants and food, which are responsible for the vibrant yellow, orange, and red pigments that you can observe in your fruits and vegetables. As a dietary nutrient, they act as antioxidants, and many of them are converted to vitamin A during the digestive process. In addition, carotenoids are fat-soluble, which means your body absorbs their nutrients best with fat. Alpha-carotene, beta-carotene, beta-cryptosantine, lutein, zeaxanthin, and lycopene are the most common dietary carotenoids. Some of the few benefits of carotenoids include the maintenance of eye health. We may be familiar with this benefit as mentioned by our moms to eat squash and carrots for better eyesight. Carotenoids also act as antioxidants and reduces free radicals in the body. It also reduces inflammation in the body, builds a strong immune system, and boosts mental health. Fruits and vegetables that are rich in dietary carotenoids include bell peppers, broccoli, carrots, mangoes, oranges, spinach, tomatoes, watermelon, malunggay leaves, and kamote tops. The first supporting journal that I will be discussing is entitled The Association Between Carotenoid Intake, Mental Health, and Sleep Quality Among University Students by Buzari et al., which was published at the National Library of Medicine. This is a cross-sectional study that was made in Iran from May 2018 to April 2019 with the objective to examine the association between carotenoid intakes, mental health, and sleep quality among university students. The participants consist of 368 healthy university students aged 18 to 43 years old. Variables like age, gender, BMI, education levels, marital status, job status, smoking, alcohol intake, and socioeconomic levels were gathered during the interview. Socioeconomic levels were classified as low, middle, and high. The dietary intake was assessed with the use of a food frequency questionnaire. The participants' dietary carotenoid intake was calculated from the sum of the intakes of the 5 specific carotenoids, including beta and alpha-carotene, lutein, beta-cryptosantine, and lycopene. For the other variables like sleep length and sleep quality, they were assessed using a Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index questionnaire. Moreover, the depression, anxiety, and stress scale was used to determine the mental health status of the individuals. The characteristics of the participants were assessed using a Kruskal-Wallis test for quantitative variables like age, BMI, physical activity, smoking, alcohol intake, dietary intake, carotenoid intake, and chi-square test for qualitative variables like gender, education attainment, marital status, economic status, sleep quality, anxiety score, stress score, and depression score. This table shows the background characteristics of participants by quartiles of carotenoid intake. There are a total of 368 university students with 49% men and 51% women who were selected as respondents. The participants were divided into 4 quartiles based on their carotenoid intake, with quartile 1 having the lowest carotenoid intake to quartile 4 with the highest carotenoid intake. The results indicated that students with a higher carotenoid intake had a better economic situation. This may be because people who were more financially secure has more access or means to buy healthier food. Table 1 also shows that participants in quartile 4 had higher energy intake as well as carbohydrate, protein, and fat, which shows that an increase in dietary intake also increases potential carotenoid food sources due to the variety and diversity of food consumption. In addition, high carotenoid intake results to lesser risk of having poor sleep quality or symptoms of depression. On the other hand, there were no significant differences for other variables measured. Stringham et al. Reported that daily macular carotenoid supplementation can improve sleep quality in young adults. The authors further suggested that carotenoids may enhance sleep quality through bioactive properties, including antioxidant and anti-inflammatory activities. Table 2 presents the relationship between carotenoid intake and sleep quality. The researchers used a multivariable logistic regression analysis test with an unordered categorical independent variable, which is the daily carotenoid intake, to estimate the odds ratio and confidence interval regarding the risk of poor sleep quality, anxiety, stress, and depression, with the lowest quartile of intake as the referent group. An odds ratio is a measure of association between an exposure, which is the carotenoid intake, and an outcome, which is depression, anxiety, and stress. Multivariable models were adjusted for the total energy intake in Model 1, total energy intake and economic status in Model 2, and total energy intake, age, economic status, carbohydrate, protein, and fat intake in Model 3. The adjustment means the researchers restricted the participants into the specific variable as mentioned earlier. Higher carotenoid intake was associated with better sleep quality. As illustrated in Table 2, the students in the highest quartile of carotenoid intake after the adjustment for confounding factors had a significantly lower risk of poor sleep quality in comparison to those students in the lowest quartile. The same results were detected in a sex-specific subgroup analysis for men and for women. In support of these results, Pucuri et al. In the review article illustrated that higher intake of fruits and vegetables as a good source of dietary carotenoids may be considered a sleep quality enhancer through the consequential increase in circulating melatonin, which is the hormone that our brain produces in response to darkness, or serotonin, which is a chemical messenger that acts as a mood stabilizer. The results of the association between carotenoid intake and mental health are presented in Table 3. Buzaro et al. Found an inverse association between carotenoid intake and depression risk for university students. After the adjustment for confounding factors, the results revealed that those students in the highest quartile of carotenoid intake had a significantly lower risk of depression compared to the lowest quartile. This means that the higher carotenoid intake, the less likely a person to have depressive symptoms. However, the results for the sex-specific subgroup analysis remain significant after the adjustment of confounding factors for men but not for women. In conclusion, this study suggests that students with higher carotenoid intake have better sleep quality and lower depression risk. Although in sex subgroup analysis, this association only remained significant in men. There was no relationship between carotenoid intake and risk of anxiety or stress. In a study by Farhad Nehad et al. Entitled Antioxidant Vitamin Intakes and Risk of Depression, Anxiety, and Stress Among Female Adolescents, which was published at the National Library of Medicine, supports the relation of carotenoid intake with lowering the risk of depression. The cross-sectional study, which was conducted in Iran, has the objective to examine the association of antioxidant vitamin intakes and depression, anxiety, and stress among high school female adolescents. The participants consist of 263 female adolescents aged 15 to 18 years old who were selected using a multi-stage stratified cluster sampling method. The variables measured were age, parents' employment status, parents' education level, BMI, and physical activity, which was obtained in an interview. The participants' dietary intakes over the preceding year were collected using a valid and reliable semi-quantitative food frequency questionnaire. The multivariable odds ratio for prevalence of depression, anxiety, and stress across tertiles of vitamin E, vitamin C, and beta-carotene intakes are reported in this table. Participants were categorized according to the tertiles of vitamin E, C, and beta-carotene intake cutoff points. A tertile is either of the 2 points. In this case, the subjects with depression and subjects without depression, which divides an ordered distribution into 3 parts, each containing a third of the population. The variable logistic regression models were used to determine the odds ratio and confidence intervals of depression, anxiety, and stress across tertiles of antioxidant vitamin intake separately. The first tertile of vitamin E, vitamin C, and beta-carotene was considered as the reference category. Model 1 pertains to the crude model, which only considered the vitamin E, vitamin C, and beta-carotene intake of the subjects, acting as independent variable. On the other hand, Model 2 includes vitamin E, C, and beta-carotene intake and confounding factors such as age, energy intake, BMI, parents' education level, physical activity, dietary fiber, and total energy intake as independent variables on risk of depression, anxiety, and stress. In the fully adjusted model, after controlling for the confounding factors, individuals in the highest tertile of beta-carotene intake had a lower prevalence of depression. Only beta-carotene was considered because it is the most common provitamin A carotenoid present on food. The table results for anxiety show the adjusted odds ratio and confidence intervals of anxiety across tertile of dietary antioxidant nutrient intakes. After the adjustment of the confounding variables, participants who had a higher intake of carotenoids had a lower risk of anxiety. The results with regards to vitamin E and C on both depression and anxiety were deemed insignificant. Lastly, the table results for the stress table results for stress and after the adjustment of confounding variables shows consistency as the result for depression and anxiety. High intake of carotenoid has an association with lower stress. Moreover, in a multivariable adjusted model, individuals on the highest tertile of vitamin E intake had a lower prevalence of stress in comparison to the lowest tertile. The results show that higher intakes of beta-carotene is associated with lower prevalence of depression, anxiety, and stress. Also, they found an inverse association between vitamin E intake and the risk of stress. This study suggests that antioxidant vitamin intakes could be an appropriate dietary choice for prevention of depression and anxiety disorders. Lastly, a journal entitled Dietary Antioxidants and Fiber Intake and Depressive Symptoms in Iranian Adolescent Girls by Kayatsadeh et al., which was published at Cambridge University Press. This journal article is a cross-sectional population-based study which aims to investigate the association between dietary intakes of antioxidants and fiber and depressive symptoms among adolescent girls in Iran. The subject consists of 988 adolescent girls aged 12 to 18 and used variables such as age, supplement use, chronic diseases, smoking status, menstruation status, psychological treatment and medical history, BMI, physical activity, systolic and diastolic blood pressure. The symptoms of depression were assessed using the Beck Depression Inventory, which was classified as minimal or no depression, mild, moderate, and severe depression. A valid food frequency questionnaire was used to measure the dietary intake of the participants. Dietary fiber and antioxidant intakes of the participants in no or minimal and mild to severe groups are represented in this table. The participants were divided into two groups, subjects with no or minimal depression and subjects with mild to severe depression. No significant difference was observed between two groups regarding the amount of energy intake, vitamin A and vitamin E and lycopene. Subjects with no or minimal depression symptoms had significantly higher dietary intakes of vitamin C, beta-carotene, alpha-carotene, and the alpha-carotene, when compared to subjects with mild to severe depression symptoms. Soluble and insoluble dietary fiber intakes were also significantly higher in healthy were also significantly higher in healthy adolescents compared with those with depression symptoms. The crude and adjusted odds ratio for depression symptoms across quartiles of nutrient intakes is presented in this table. In all the multivariate analysis, the group who was in the first quartile of dietary fiber and antioxidant intake served as the reference group and an increasing amount of intake for quartiles 2, 3, and 4. The crude model only considered the beta-carotene, alpha-carotene, lutein, soluble and insoluble dietary fibers as an independent variable. On the other hand, age and energy intake were adjusted in Model 1. Additionally, Model 2 was adjusted for menstruation, family members, parental death, parental divorce, physical activity, and BMI. Although they observed no significant association between depression severity and vitamin C intake in crude model, significant associations were found after adjusting for age and energy intake and also after further adjusting for Model 2. The results suggest that higher dietary intakes of vitamin C but not vitamin E were associated with lower depression symptoms among Iranian adolescent girls. Furthermore, dietary intakes of some carotenoids like beta-carotene, alpha-carotene, and lutein, and dietary fiber intake, both soluble and insoluble, were inversely associated with the severity of depression symptoms. So it means that the higher intake of carotenoids and fiber lowers the risk of depressive symptoms. Overall, the subjects with mild to severe depression symptoms had significantly lower intake of dietary antioxidants. In conclusion, there is a significant inverse association between dietary intake of alpha and beta-carotene and depression symptoms among Iranian adolescent girls. Higher dietary intakes of both soluble and insoluble fibers were associated with less severe depression symptoms. For my take-home message, dietary intake, particularly alpha, beta, and vitamin E, is inversely associated with mental disorders. Moreover, higher intake of soluble and insoluble fiber is significant for prevention and less severe symptoms of depression. Higher intake of carotenoids is associated with better sleep quality and lower risk of depression, anxiety, and stress. There are a lot of food sources that are rich in carotenoids, such as carrots, squash, malunggay leaves, and kamote tops, which are commonly available in the market. But how much do we need to consume in order to attain the normal values? According to Mayo Clinic, the guidelines on the intake of carotene must be more than 4 milligrams per day for women and more than 4.4 milligrams per day 4 milligrams per day for men and 4.4 milligrams per day for women for beta-carotene. For alpha-carotene, with more than 0.6 milligrams per day for men and more than 0.7 milligrams per day for women. And lastly, lutein with more than 3.3 milligrams for both genders. With that, frequent consumption of carotenoids improves mental health quality. That would be all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much to our wonderful speakers. Those were all a very interesting topics. So let's proceed now to our open forum. Again, may I request the four speakers earlier to open your camera and unmute your microphones to answer some questions that our participants sent. So for our first question, Ma'am Alex, this is for you. So which one is better, the white or yellow sweet potato? And what are its benefits?
Thank you for the question. If we are going to compare their beta-carotene content, according to some studies that I read, the stronger the color of the sweet potato, the more it contains beta-carotene. And yes, yellow sweet potatoes is better than white sweet potatoes since it has more beta-carotene. For their benefits, both variety of sweet potatoes contain significant amount of beta-carotene, which is for good vision, eye health, and for strong immune system. Also, they are both rich in fiber, which enhances satiety, reduces the food intake in the future meals, and reduces the risk for developing obesity.
Okay,
That would be
thank
all.
you, Ma'am Alex, for that. Okay, so I hope for the participants who asked that question, I hope Ma'am Alex answer your question. So this second question is for Ma'am Diana Lynn. So question is, what is the advantage of green bean coffee from the usual coffee we drink every day? Ma'am
Yes,
DL?
hello. Hi, ma'am. So thank you for the question. So I think our coffee lovers here at the audience already know the answer, but for the benefit of those who do not, I actually the black coffee beans that we are used to seeing in our kitchens in our coffee makers are actually green beans. So there was actually a research conducted that the chlorogenic acid of light roasted beans or coffee beans have more chlorogenic acid content than black coffee beans. So in terms of healthier or which is the healthier choice, you can see that green bean coffee beans have more benefits based on the studies that we have right now.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am DL. I'm a coffee lover. I think I should change my black beans to green beans, right? For the best
Actually,
nutrient.
we have more green coffee bean extracts or coffee powders are coming out in the market right now.
Okay, I should try that, Ma'am DL. That's a very good advice. Thank you. So again, for the next question po is for Ma'am Dawn. So the question is, what is the importance of biodification? Are there other foods that can be biofortified?
Okay. The importance of biofortification lies with its, as mentioned earlier during my presentation, it improves the nutritional value or nutritional content of certain food items. So with that, we can utilize these food items to be processed, and it will change the whole nutritional content of processed foods. Aside from that, most of the biofortified foods are actually staple foods, and they are now using that to address the hidden hunger we are suffering right now, or the micronutrient deficiencies. And it is very cost effective because once you develop a certain biofortified plant, you will just have to introduce that in the agricultural sector, and it will evolve into available food products. And then there is no more recurring, what do you call this, recurring efforts like food fortification and vitamin A supplementation, wherein you have to do it from time to time to make sure that everyone is getting enough of these nutrients. And for the plants that you can biofortify, there's a lot actually. One of these are your, of course, your corn, and of course your rice. We have now the golden rice, and then your kamote or your sweet potato is also being studied right now to be biofortified, and wheat also is one. That's it.
Yes, Ma'am Dom, I know that rice, natikman ko na siya. It's actually sweet and it's good. I like it. Para sa mga children yan, but actually, for me, I really
Being
like that
children,
kind of
being
rice.
child.
Yes, actually,
Being
yes.
bata.
I like that rice. I mean, I'm trying it a lot. Okay. So, for the next question.
Hello, hello.
Yes, Doc.
Yes.
Yes, Doc.
I just want to ask Dawn.
Yes, Doc. Sorry, Doc.
I think the main, Dawn,
Yes, Doc.
for biofortification is bioavailability, di ba?
Yes.
Because these plants, they're not because they're plants, right?
Yes.
So, but the biofortification, the answer there, I'd like to believe is they are more bioavailable, meaning they're more bioavailable, they're more readily available.
Yes,
Diba?
Doc.
Right?
Yes, Doc.
Okay.
Correct po.
I just want to clarify that. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Doc. Sure. Thank you, Doc.
Yes, Doc. Thank you po. So for the next question is for Ma'am Patricia. So the question is, are there any available carotenoid-rich food in the market which can improve a person's mental health status?
There are a lot of common food which has high carotenoid content, such as our fruits and vegetables. But there are also processed vegetables which are readily available in the market, like our crispy kangkong, squash chips, kamote chips, which even after a long process still has high carotenoid content. This type of food may improve a person's mental health because of its carotenoid content.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Patricia. Actually, mental health is really a problem right now, and that's a very good. Actually, it's like a comfort food, like Ma'am Patricia.
Yes,
Mama Paco,
I
yes.
agree.
Yes. Okay, so for the last question, this is for Ma'am Dawn again. This is for from Rolando Yu. So the question is there any Philippine or local study based on the different type of researches presented?
All right. Well, unfortunately, currently, sir, we don't have any research about the bioefficacy of locally biofortified plants because currently we only have golden rice, and we just recently received the approval for the planting of the said golden rice. Currently, there's no bioefficacy, so we don't know if it's effective for Filipinos. Not yet. So maybe in the future. And aside from that, there is no other biofortified plants currently being studied here in the Philippines. Only in Zambia, India, Nepal, and Africa. So sila yung priority ng biofortified staple crops. That's it.
So I think Ma'am Dawn dapat mag-start na mag-aral about the biointegration here sa Philippines, right?
Yes po.
Okay.
Hopefully,
Yes.
mabigyan ng funds. Yun.
Yes, that's the number one question, the funds.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's another question po. This is for Ma'am DL. This is from Emily Romero. So talking of coffee, there are varieties of coffee now which comes from non-coffee bean sources like mangosteen, coffee, rice, coffee, etc. Are these non-coffee bean coffees also contain antioxidants as the coffee bean coffee? Ma'am DL?
Yes. Okay, so thank you. Hi, Ma'am Emily Romero. I think what she's referring to are the coffees that are mostly out in the market that being marketed as the fruit coffees like that. So there are studies conducted that these coffees do have antioxidants content, but we still need more studies to further strengthen this claim. So remember, most of these coffees have nutrient claims instead that are tagged on their labels. So I think it would be there's no harm in trying, but I suggest you always ask first your doctor, especially for patients with diabetes, if they have or you can take these types of coffee. I believe some of this are diuretics because I personally have an experience on this one. So what happened was it's an unplanned trip for my uncle to the emergency room because of excessive drinking of these types of coffee that are non coffee bean extracts. So yeah, I hope I have answered your questions, ma'am.
Yes, Ma'am DL. I think Ma'am Emily, hopefully nasagot ni Ma'am DL yung questions. And yes, I think that's a good advice din po. So for our 4 speakers, please leave your camera open to receive your certificates virtually. So Philippine Women's University School of Nutrition hereby award this certificate of appreciation to Miss Alexandra May Olan, R&D, for her invaluable and explanatory service rendered as a resource speaker during the conduct of webinar entitled phytochemicals in processed foods impact on health and disease. Given the second day of July 2022 via Zoom meeting signed by Marilyn Te, MD, Webinar Overall Coordinator, Vanessa Ceballos Marasigan, MSc R&D Program Chair, School of Nutrition, and Dr. Leonora N. Pandasige, R&D, DBBC, and Dean Emeritus of School of Nutrition. So the same certificates of appreciation is awarded to Miss Diana Lynn Ignacio, R&D, Miss Don Fatima Cuevas, R&D, and Miss Patricia Castillo, R&D. Okay. Now, for more interesting topics and for our home stretch, our first speaker for our last session is Miss Novaline Diana Goyen, Registered Nutritionist Dietitian. She is a nutritionist dietitian too at Mariano Marcos Memorial Hospital. Well, as a member of the nutrition support team in Medical Center in Batac City, Ilocos Norte, and also a diabetes educator and a registered nutritionist dietitian. And last but not the least, to present today is Miss Maria Jean Esther Magsino, registered nutritionist dietitian. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics at Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Manila. She is currently a nutritionist dietitian too at Batangas Medical Center and a clinical dietitian in nutrition support team. To start the session, let me call on again Ms. Novaline Diana Goyen.
So I hope you are still energetic and motivated as we are. So for this time, I'll be talking about the role of polyphenols in eccentric exercise. Yeah, for the highlights of my talk are about polyphenols and some food sources of polyphenols. And also, what is eccentric exercise, a muscle lengthening contraction, an example of this, and the effect of polyphenols in exercise based on the studies, and a take-home message. So it was discussed earlier about polyphenols, and some of these are the flavonoids, the tannic acids, the elagitanins, the resveratrol, and ellagic acids. Polyphenols as antioxidants can prevent or reverse damage in our cells caused by aging, the environment, and lifestyle. So these are some of the foods that contain polyphenols that we usually consume and basically available in the market. So there's strawberries, the red onions, the eggplant, radish, garlic, the kidney beans, the nuts, and also the cocoa powder. Here are more of the fruits that are locally available in our market and their polyphenol content, like the duhat, the guava, the guyabano. The santol contains a high amount of polyphenols. Also the lychee and the pomelo. So those are the examples of polyphenol food sources. Since I'll be talking about the effect of polyphenols in eccentric exercise, so now let's learn more about this type of exercise. So what is eccentric exercise? This is a muscle lengthening exercise, and it is the elongation of a muscle while the muscle is still generating force. This is also a motion of an active muscle while it is lengthening under load. So for example, in a bicep curl, so the force to bring the dumbbell back down to your quadricep from your shoulder is an eccentric movement. You may notice that your muscle in your arm is elongating as it's activated. So here are some more examples. So when you're lowering your body toward the floor during the push-ups, So your chest, your shoulders, and triceps are eccentrically contracting to prevent your body from slamming into the floor. But the force they produce is less than your weight, and thus you do continue moving toward the floor. In the other picture, it shows a squat position. So when you sit, your legs lengthens with force and load, and this is where the eccentric contraction happens. So here are the benefits of eccentric exercise. First is muscle hypertrophy, or the growth of our skeletal muscle. Based on research published in 2014 in the Journal of Applied Physiology, it was found that eccentric training is better at building both muscle size and strength. Another benefit is it allows muscle for supramaximal training and also provides greater movement efficiency. So some studies show the effect of antioxidant present in plants have a good effect on exercises. And I will be showing 3 of these studies. So here's a study done by Maclay et al. In the effect of New Zealand blueberry consumption on the recovery from eccentric exercise-induced muscle damage. So the authors are affiliated in School of Sport and Exercise in Palmerston, North New Zealand, and also affiliated in Food and Wellness Group in New Zealand Institute for Plant and Food Research. Since this study was done in New Zealand, they used blueberries from this country, and as of year 2020, New Zealand remarks the center of blueberry production based in the report done by Coriolis. So this study shows the effect of the blueberry extract on exercise-induced muscle damage. So what is exercise-induced muscle damage, or the EIMD? This occurs after exercise, particularly if the exercise involves a large number of eccentric contractions or muscle lengthening. Exercise-induced muscle damage shows pain, inflammation, soreness, and reduced muscle function. So the participants did 300 maximal repetitions twice in the day of the trial, as shown in the figure. So the subjects are 10 females, 19 to 23 years of age, and this study has the study design of this study is balanced randomized crossover design. So participants received 2 different treatments. Both legs of the participants were used in this study. The response to the blueberry intake was measured on the performance of one leg, and in another setup, the response of the other leg without blueberry intake were also measured. So the 2 experimental trials were separated by at least a month. So same participants but different intervention. In one leg with a treatment blueberry, and in another leg has no intervention taken. So the dietary intervention, on the day of the trial, subjects consumed the treatment smoothie blended with 200 gram blueberry 5 hours and 10 hours before the onset of the damage or after they did the said exercise. And in the evening, it was consumed together with their supper. So they consumed the treatment 3 times on the day of the exercise and 1 each morning for the following 2 days. They drink the smoothie with blueberry extract once in the following 2 days, so that would be 12 hours and 36 hours after they did the exercise. So for the result, these 2 figures shows the antioxidant potential of blueberry. In figure A, the black bars represents the control group or group without treatment, and the white bars represents the blueberry treatment group. It shows in figure A that before treatment, the antioxidant potential of the participants in both the control and the blueberry group is between 2,000 to 2,500 micromole per liter. And there's an increase in their antioxidant potential after taking the blueberry smoothie and before doing the exercise. So as we can see in the figure, it increases beyond 2,500 micromole per liter. But after doing the exercise, wherein we can see in figure B, the antioxidant potential of the participants from the blueberry treatment goes up 36 hours after doing the muscle strengthening exercise. And after 60 hours, the antioxidant potential shoot up from 0% to 17%. So this means that the antioxidant effect of blueberry will be way more effective if it is taken with exercise. Other results show the biochemical analysis of the participants. So these are the plasma oxidative capacity and the protein carbonyls. Plasma oxidation means there's muscle cell damage, and a high protein carbonyls is an indicator of cell damage or muscle injury. So they measure plasma oxidative and protein carbonyls through collecting blood from the participants. In these figures, the diamond represents the control group and the square represents the group with the blueberry treatment. And the longitudinal line is the percentage change from the pre-exposed, where 0 means zero muscle injury felt by the participants, and the latitude line represents the time after the exercise. Application of 300 strenuous contractions induce fatigue and cause an increase in oxidative stress or muscle damage, muscle injury, and inflammation. So these are common results after we do exercise. As shown in figure A and figure B, after 12 hours of the exercise, there's an increase in muscle soreness or muscle injury. So when you look at the figure A, after 36 hours, a decrease in plasma oxidation was observed. And with the blueberry treatment, there's a gradual decrease in muscle cell damage. Same in figure B. Protein carbonyls are lowered down from the participants under the blueberry treatment. And after 60 hours, the plasma oxidation and the protein carbonyls of participants from the blueberry treatment group dropped down compared to the participants from the control group. So this means that this study provides evidence that ingestion of New Zealand blueberry beverage before and after muscle damage accelerates recovery of muscle peak strength. So a journal from the International Society of Sports Nutrition in 2014 shows another effect of polyphenols in the form of curcumin from turmeric. And authors of this study are from Italy and Spain, and they are affiliated in Olympic Training Center in Barcelona, Spain, and also affiliated in School of Sports Medicine Medical Services in Spain. So curcumin is a potent antioxidant flavonoid that offers numerous health benefits, whether taken as a supplement or from food. Curcumin is generally poorly absorbed into the bloodstream, and this study focuses in the product Meriva. It is a unique patented curcumin product, and the aim of this study is to evaluate if curcumin administered as lecithin formulation in the form of Meriva product can improve absorption, could attenuate damage from oxidative stress, and inflammation related to the muscle injury induced by continuous lengthening exercise. So the authors show the effect of curcumin Meriva in delayed onset muscle soreness, or the DOMS, which is a combination of muscle pain, stiffness occurring several hours after unaccustomed exercise, and particularly when eccentric muscle activity is involved. DOMS is associated with the production of ROS, or reactive oxygen species. So high ROS in our body can cause cell death, and also associated in muscle inflammation and oxidative stress. So the subjects in this study are 19 male, healthy, moderately active, non-smoking volunteers with no known musculoskeletal pathology were recruited. They are separated in two groups, the placebo group with 10 participants and the Meriva or the treatment group with 9 participants. Study design is randomized, placebo-controlled, single-blind trial. It means that there's a comparison between two groups, one that received intervention and the other has not. And only the medicine physician involved in this activity know about the treatment and what group the participants are in. But the participants has no idea if they are taking the real treatment or not. So for the supplementation was initiated 48 hours prior to the test and continued 24 hours after the test. So participants took 200 milligrams or 2 grams of curcumin twice in 4 days. So for the exercise testing, the participants did a downhill running for 45 minutes through treadmill as the exercise test. And for the result, the pain intensity, participants asked to rank the pain they felt from 0 to 4-point scale, where 0 means no pain and 4 means disabling pain. So in the figure, the black shaded bar represents the curcumin group and the gray shaded bar represents the placebo group. This figure shows the pain intensity of the subjects and it was assessed 48 hours after they did the downhill running. So as we can see, generally, there is lower pain intensity reported by the subjects under the curcumin Meriva group, both in their right and left thigh, same with the right and left leg, and it was revealed that subjects under curcumin group has lower pain score, which is 23.3, compared to the placebo group, which is higher pain total score, which is 30.6. So the same result was found in the muscular injury of the subjects measured using MRI or the magnetic resonance imaging. So in the figure, the vertical line is the percentage of the number of participants in the curcumin group and placebo group. Participants from the curcumin group have lower muscular injury compared to the placebo group in their posterior and medial right thigh, and also lower muscular injury in their posterior and medial left thigh. So it was shown that more participants from the curcumin group felt lower muscular injury both in their legs. So here's the third study done by Herlinger et al. In year 2015 regarding on the effect of supplementation of polyphenolic blend in the improvement of post-exercise strength, recovery, and muscle exercise. So authors of this study are affiliated with Kemin Health Company, and this is a company that manufactures, develops, and markets specialty ingredients with health benefits for the dietary supplement and function food and beverage. So the objective of this study is to examine the effect of polyphenolic blend containing catechins and theaflavins on exercise performance and recovery following an eccentric exercise challenge. The design used is randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled design, which means that both the experimenter and the subjects do not know which group is being studied, or those receiving the polyphenolic blend and which of the group is not. So participants are divided into 3 groups: the placebo groups with 13 participants, the low-dose polyphenolic blend group with 12 participants, wherein they receive 1,000 milligram of polyphenolic extract per day in the form of capsule, and the high dose polyphenolic blend group with 12 participants wherein they receive a supplementation of 2,000 milligram per day in the form of capsules also. So for the intervention, it was 13 weeks supplementation of the polyphenolic blend with 2 capsules per day for each participants from the 3 groups. Before they take the supplementation, participants did 45 minutes downhill running in the treadmill, and in the 13th week of supplementation, participants did again another 45 minutes downhill running in the treadmill. And for the result, this figure shows how the muscle strength of the participants returns to normal. So it is given that when we do exercise, there's a decrease in muscle strength in the part of the body that undergo contraction. Participants did downhill running, so the leg muscle is affected in this figure. The color orange line represents the polyphenolic blend with high dose. The blue color represents the polyphenolic blend with a low dose, and the gray line represents the placebo group without treatment. So after the intervention of 1 week supplementation and the 45 minutes downhill exercise, they measured the muscle strength of the participants. So in the figure, all participants from the group has 100% peak muscle strength, but after 24 hours post-exercise, the muscle strength lowered down, but after 48 hours and 72 hours, the muscle strength of both the polyphenolic blend increased and returned to normal strength. But after 96 hours, the group of high-dose polyphenolic blends surpassed the 100% muscle strength compared to placebo group. So the data of this figure shows that polyphenolic blend with high-dose supplementation of 200 milligram per day reduces the loss of muscle strength after the exercise. So another result shows the antioxidant status of the participants. So the chronic change in serum antioxidant status following the 13-week supplementation compared to pre-supplementation values, as measured by ferric reducing antioxidant power, was significantly different than the change observed in those participants receiving the placebo as shown in the figure. Antioxidants are higher in groups taking polyphenolic blend, which is the dark shaded bars. So for the conclusion, intake of polyphenols after muscle lengthening exercise can accelerate recovery of muscle from injury, decrease muscle soreness, lessen muscle pain intensity, and also increase antioxidant status. And for my takeaway message, polyphenols, which can be derived mostly from the plants, such as the curcumin from turmeric, ellagic acid from berries, catechins, and ethylflavins, have antioxidants properties that can protect our body from free radicals and prevent cell damage. And the result of the study shows that supplementation of polyphenols can reduce muscle soreness, muscle inflammation, and muscle injury, which are the effect of the exercise. And lastly, it is best to consume polyphenols with exercise to boost the antioxidant effect of polyphenols. That's all, and thank you.
From the role of polyphenol in eccentric exercise, let's now move on with my topic, and I hope you are still listening and alive. Good afternoon, everyone. Whenever I am in a supermarket or grocery store, I tend to grab something that I really like chocolates. But while I'm enjoying it, I feel guilty. But recently, I ended it. I don't feel that guilt anymore. And you know why I'm telling you this? Because there are clinically trialed studies that commercially processed foods like chocolates, fruit juices, frozen fruits can be beneficial on our cognitive function. And that will be my topic for today, flavonoids in commercially processed foods and its benefits on cognitive function. In my presentation, I will be talking about flavonoids, cognitive function, followed by commercially processed products that commonly enjoy unknowingly that has the potential benefits on improvement or of our cognitive function. And lastly, some key takeaways to remember. Flavonoid is a well-known example of phytochemicals. Flavonoids are a class of phenolic compounds that are widely distributed in plants. It is also the largest, most varied, and most studied group of phytochemicals. Local dietary sources of flavonoids include guava, cacao fruit, duhat, aratilis, siniguelas, or citrus fruits like pongkan, dalandan, dayap, and suha. Cognitive function. So this refers to the mental processes involved in the acquisition of knowledge. For example, in reading, manipulation of information, reasoning, may it be logical or problem solving. Cognitive functions include domain of perception, where we use our sense of vision, touch, sound, taste, and smell. It's also in memory, learning, attention, decision-making, language abilities, or our ability in listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Let's now move on to the evidence-based commercially processed foods that are beneficial on our cognitive function. First is dark chocolate. I mentioned earlier that I do now enjoy having chocolate without a guilt. Of course, if it is a dark chocolate, not the regular one, because it has a beneficial effect on improving our memory. In a study entitled Beneficial Effects of Dark Chocolate for Episodic Memory in Healthy Young Adults, a parallel group acute intervention with a white chocolate control group, written by Daniel Lamport et al. 2022, published in Nutrients, the researchers want to explore whether the benefits of episodic verbal memory and mood are observed 2 hours post-consumption of commercially available dark chocolate relative to the white chocolate bar. The researchers want to know if the benefits can be seen 2 hours of consumption of the treatment. That is why it is an acute intervention. For the methodology, it is a parallel group of design in which the subject is randomized into 2 treatments, which is the dark chocolate group and the white chocolate group. The participants are composed of 98 healthy young adults. For the outcome measures for episodic memory, they use the raised auditory verbal learning task. When we say episodic memory, it is a memory of events or personal experiences that we can identify when and where the episodes happen. For example, birthdays, anniversaries, the date when we pass our licensure examination. So episodic function is to examine, to learn, store, and retrieve information about experiences of our daily lives. In a raised auditory verbal learning task, it is a well-established measure of episodic memory. Participants heard an auditory recording. So in this study, they used the list of nouns and they verbally free recall another set of recording was introduced as interference and was recalled only once. And after a delay for about 2 minutes, they have to recall the first set list of nouns without hearing the words. For the subjective mood, the positive and negative affect schedule or PANAS and band ladder was used. A computerized version of PANAS was administered, which required a response using a keyboard based on the level to which participants were experienced given adjective of the moment using a 5-point scale. While the band ladder, it is a series of 16 visual analog scales, which requires the participants to indicate
how they are feeling at the moment by marking the line. So this is the treatment used in the study. There are two treatments: the dark chocolate group, which is composed of 70% of cacao, and the white chocolate treatment. As you can see, they have almost the same characteristic, except that this dark chocolate has 83 milligram of flavonoid. So flavonoid was computed using a database collating analysis. For the procedure, 2 hours prior to arrival on the test date, participants were required to fast from all food and drinks except for water. First, the band ladder was completed, followed by the PANAS and the AVLT. Participants then consumed the assigned treatment. So this is session 1, which lasted for approximately about 30 minutes. Participants then left the laboratory and were required to remain fasted, except again for water, until a remaining 2 hours for the session 2. So session 2 followed the same procedure as the session 1. So here is the result of their study. As you can see in the table, these are the outcome measures used in the RIS auditory verbal learning task. Dark chocolate benefits were seen in immediate word span, wherein the number of words are recalled in the given set of words in the beginning, words learned, finite acquisition or words learned, as well as the total acquisition, the delayed recall or the number of words correctly recalled after a delay of about 2 minutes, and the total recall of the heard words. These were mentioned earlier on how the AVLT was done. Dark chocolate was beneficial for performance 2 hours post-consumption relative to the baseline to the white chocolate control group. And there were no seen effect in any subjective mood measures. For the conclusion, it is shown that 70% cocoa dark chocolate consumption can benefit verbal episodic memory 2 hours post-consumption in a healthy young adult comparing to a white chocolate control. This study also suggests that the notion of everyday available portion of 35 gram, imagine just for about 35 gram of dark chocolate, it can be beneficial to the brain of a healthy consumer. Another commercially processed food that we enjoy is fruit juice. We usually have fruit juices to refresh and quench our thirst, and in this study, it is shown that it can also improve cognitive and mood. It is entitled Cognitive and Mood Improvements Following Acute Supplementation with Purple Grape Juice in a Healthy Young Adult, written by C.F. Haskell et al. In 2017, published in European Journal of Nutrition. So the researchers want to examine the acute cognitive and mood effects of a 230 ml single serving of commercially available purple grape juice in a healthy young adult. It is a randomized, placebo-controlled, double-blind, counterbalance crossover study, and the participants are composed of 12 healthy young adults aged 18 to 35 years old. For the outcome measure used, computerized mental performance assessment system or COMPASS, and for the subjective mood, band ladder mood scale was used. Same as the previous study I presented, they also used the band ladder mood scale wherein they measure 3 factors, which is the alert, calm, and content. Computerized mental performance assessment system or COMPASS, it is a software platform that measures cognitive tasks. There are tasks given with corresponding scores that measure the domain of the cognitive function. For example, immediate word recall. So it is scored by percentage of words correctly recalled, and the domain measured was episodic memory. Simple reaction time was scored by reaction time in milliseconds, and the domain measured was the attention. So these are the treatments used in this study, the active treatment and the placebo treatment. Active treatment is composed of 200 ml of Wells purple grape juice with 30 ml of Switch blackcurrant flavor cordial. For the placebo group, 200 ml of Welsh white grape juice, 10 ml of Switch blackcurrant cordial, and the 20 ml of cold water. So this table shows how the phenolic content of our active treatment was computed. So it is shown that it has 1,504.5 microgram per ml of phenolic content. For the procedure, participants were required to attend 90-minute sessions. So sessions were conducted between 6 to 7 days apart to ensure sufficient washout between conditions. All participants were asked to consume the same breakfast and lunch on both study days and were instructed to fast for at least 1 hour. In order to establish the baseline performance for that day, participants initially completed a pre-dose assessment of cognition and mood. This was immediately followed by the ingestion of their juice for that day. Following a 20-minute absorption period, the participants completed the post-dose assessment of cognition and mood. The second visit was completed at the same time of the day for each participant and was identical with the exception of the juice consumed. So here is the result of this study. This table shows the outcome measure of COMPAS and the subjective mood, and these are the relevant results. There is no significant difference between two treatments in the baseline result, but there is an effect on memory reaction time wherein, for example, in the cognitive task I mentioned earlier, in which the participants need to identify if they see the words or pictures presented at a given rate of time. Main effect of order at the baseline was also observed in the attention accuracy. It was revealed that there is no significant difference between visits in those who consumed the placebo first, but those who received the purple grape first performed better at the baseline on the second visit. Post-dose scores revealed that there was a main effect on the attention reaction time. These showed that participants were significantly faster following the consumption of the purple grape juice relative to the placebo. For the CAM ratings, a significant main effect of treatment on CAM ratings were significantly higher following the consumption of the purple grape compared to the placebo. A significant main effect of order was also seen, which indicated that post-dose CAM ratings were significantly higher in those who received purple grape first than those who consumed the placebo first. In conclusion, this study demonstrates that acute consumption of purple grape juice can improve aspects of cognitive performance and mood in healthy young adults. Compared to the sugar-matched low polyphenol control, purple grape juice enhanced overall speed on attention tasks and significantly increased CAM rating. The next evidence-based commercially processed food that found to have beneficial effect on cognitive function is the frozen mixed berries. So in this study entitled Flavonoid-Rich Mixed Berries Maintain and Improve Cognitive Function Over a 6-Hour Period in Healthy Young Adults, written by Adrian White et al. In 2019, published in Nutrients, the researchers want to assess the efficacy of an acute flavonoid-rich mixed berry intervention on executive function. When we say executive function, these are the skills that enable us to plan, focus attention, remember instructions, and juggle multiple tasks successfully. So it is a randomized, single-blinded, placebo-controlled parallel group design, and the participants are composed of 40 healthy young adults aged 20 to 30 years old. For the outcome measure used, modified attention network task or MAN measures selective attention under different levels of cognition, while the switching task measures mental flexibility. Positive and negative affects schedule or PANAS was also used, same as the previous study. For the intervention, the berry intervention and the placebo. So the berry intervention composed of 400 ml of smoothie with 75 grams of frozen whole strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, and raspberries, and 100 ml of water. For our placebo, it composed of 341 ml of water, the fructose, glucose, and vitamin C. So this table shows how the flavonoid content of our berry intervention was computed. So it has a total of 569.7 milligram per 75 gram of flavonoid. So this flavonoid content was computed also using the US data database. For the procedures, 24-hour before the test visits, participants follow a dietary restriction sheet detailing high flavonoid foods to avoid consuming and refrain from vigorous physical activities. Participants also fasted for water for about 12 hours preceding to the test visit. The cognitive task battery was completed at the baseline, 2 hour, 4 hour, and 6 hour following intervention. Immediately following the baseline testing, the intervention or the placebo drink was consumed along with standardized low flavonoid breakfast. So in this study, they gave the flavonoid breakfast composed of the croissant, cream cheese, water, and as well as the standardized low flavonoid lunch was consumed between second and third cognitive task. For the result, so this figure shows the significant main effect of intervention with participants in the berry condition. So this gray one is the berry intervention. This white one is the placebo. So as you can see in the red line, the bar of the placebo group, there was a significant decrease at the 6-hour point of time in the accuracy. In incongruent trial, so when you say incongruent, it's composed of high-load noise trials are considered to be the most cognitively demanding with slower response time and the decreased accuracy is expected. In incongruent trials, participants were presented with incongruent arrows and need to key in the correct response. And as you can see in this figure, the white bar, which is the placebo group with the decreasing red line, the accuracy on incongruent trials reduced significantly between 2-hour and 6 hours, as well as the 4-hour and 6-hour, whereas our berry group, this gray one, remained constant across the day. This finding indicates that the effects of intervention and session interaction were primarily driven by poorer placebo performance on more cognitively demanding incongruent trials. For the conclusion, so this study demonstrates the efficacy of flavonoid-rich berries in maintaining and improving cognitive performance across a 6-hour a day. So this also supports the growing evidence that acute intervention with flavonoid-rich berries facilitates improvements and cognitive executive function. And cognitive effects are particularly evident during periods of cognitive compromise where the individual is fatigued and the task demand is high. And lastly, for my key takeaways, so flavonoids are abundant in most of plant-based food items. Consumption of flavonoid-rich food can improve cognitive performance. 35 grams of dark chocolate with 70% cacao composition that contains 83 milligrams of flavonoid a day is beneficial to the brain of a healthy consumer. Then 230 ml of purple grape juice that contains 1,504.5 microgram per ml of phenolic compound can improve aspect of cognitive performance and mood. And lastly, 400 ml of mixed berries, frozen mixed berry smoothies that contain 569.7 milligram of flavonoids of mixed berries can improve cognitive performance across 6 hours a day. And that would be all for my topic. I hope that you learned something and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, speakers. Is there any further questions for our last two speakers? Please do type it again in our chat box. But first, let me read the first question. So this is for Ma'am Novaline. So Ma'am Novaline, the question is, what polyphenol will you recommend for eccentric exercise, with a follow-up question of how much and what is the timing in relation to eccentric exercise?
Hi, Ma'am. So based on the study that was presented today, all polyphenols have a good effect on our body, but in terms of exercise, I may recommend My recommendation is based on the study that I presented a while ago. So that would be taking polyphenols as supplementation, especially if you're an athlete or if you're regularly going in the gym.
Thank you, Ma'am Noveline. And for the next question is for Ma'am Jean. So the question is there a recommended daily flavonoid intake among adults?
Thank you for that, Miss Jess. As of now, here in the Philippines, there is no recommended flavonoid content among adults. But in our recommended energy and nutrient intake, it is stated that we must consume at least 2 to 3 servings of fruits and vegetables. And as what I mentioned earlier, flavonoids are mostly distributed in the plant-based food item.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Lester. I hope I'll answer your question po. So let's proceed. So let's present now their certificate of the last two speakers. So Philippine Women's University School of Nutrition hereby award their certificate of appreciation to Miss Noveline Diana Goyen for her invaluable and explanatory service rendered as a resource speaker during the conduct of webinar entitled Phytochemicals in Processed Foods Impact on Health and Disease, given the 2nd of July 2022 via Zoom meeting, signed by Marilyn Te, MD, Webinar Overall Coordinator, Vanessa Cibalos Marasigan, MSc R&D, Program Chair, School of Nutrition, and Dr. Lenora N. Panlasige, R&D, DBBC, and Dean Emeritus of School of Nutrition. So same certificate is awarded to Miss Ma Jean Lester Magsino, R&D. Thank you again, speakers. Okay, so I want to call back my co-host, Ma'am Dawn. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much for calling me back. So we're done with our speakers. So what we have learned so far. So to summarize all our learning for today, let me call back. Of course, we are going to ask for help Dr. Marilyn Te for the synthesis of today's activity.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ma'am Dawn and Ma'am Jess. Good afternoon. I can see that a lot of you are still present here in Zoom and PWFB. And we thank you very much because you stayed with us until the last lecture. I hope you would agree with me that we learned a lot today. Yes, processed foods get a bad rap, but processing helps make food safe, affordable, and convenient. And mind you, there are plenty of processed foods options that are actually healthy because the phytochemical they contain are preserved, and these are mostly what we discussed today. During the morning session, we talked about the largest group of phytochemicals, which are the polyphenols, which includes the phenolic acids, flavonoids, and their effect on gut microbiota and cardiovascular disease by its potential for decreasing blood pressure and cholesterol levels, as well as the anti-carcinogenic effect of glucosinolates. As what Ms. Rica Fort mentioned earlier, di lang pala pansit ang nagpapahaba ng buhay, tea rin. Now, in the afternoon session, our speakers talked about the yellow and orange colors in our foods from carotenoids and their possible weight loss effect. Important to note is that some phytochemicals need to be transformed to its active form to make it more bioavailable, just like the benefit that we get from biofortification of maize to prevent and cure vitamin A deficiency. As what was mentioned by Dr. Panlasigi earlier, mental health is important during this time of pandemic, and food with carotenoids and flavonoids are good options for its effect on mental health and cognitive function. In summary, these are the processed food tips for you. 1, you can still enjoy your matcha, or better yet, pair it with milk to enhance the effect of the polyphenols present in green tea for better BP control. Number 2, make sure you infuse your black tea longer to receive its anti-cancer and cardioprotective effects. Number 3, choose red wine over white wine and drink in moderation. Through 2 drinks per day among males and 1 drink per day among females to increase your gut microbiota. For your source of protein, make it soy-based to get the lipid-lowering benefit. If you are having soup or salads, choose broccoli soup, mustard, or broccoli sprout for its potential of decreasing cancer risk. When you plan to perform eccentric exercises, take polyphenols prior, during, and after exercise to decrease muscle soreness after exercise. To improve your cognitive function, keep in mind that 35 grams of dark chocolate a day is beneficial for your brain. 230 ml of grape juice can improve aspect of cognitive performance and mood. And 400 ml of mixed berry smoothies can help to have your flavonoid shot for the day. Yellow and orange foods like sweet potatoes can be healthier options to combat obesity, and corn fortified with beta-carotene can prevent and cure vitamin A deficiency. For your cup to go, please choose green bean coffee to get its possible glucose lowering effect. So maybe tonight, you can try a broccoli soup or brew a warm cup of green tea or even sprinkle matcha into your favorite smoothie. Or better yet, enjoy a cup of coffee with a square of high quality dark chocolate or even a glass of red wine. This has been a fruitful day for all of us, and we hope that you are all full because we fed you with a lot of new knowledge, and we hope we tickled your minds. Again, thank you for joining us today, and pleasant afternoon to all.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Te, for that comprehensive synthesis of all the lectures today and all that wonderful dietary advice, which will be helpful to all the listeners today. So now, to move on to the next part of our program, the awarding of e-certificates, may we request everybody to open their cameras once your names are called to virtually receive your certificates. So Philippine Women's University School of Nutrition Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Dr. Leonora N. Panlasige, RND, DPBCN, for her selfless and commendable service rendered as an advisor given the 2nd of July 2022 via Zoom meeting, signed by Marilyn Te, MD Webinar Overall Coordinator, Vanessa Sibalos Marasigan, MSc R&D, Program Chair, School of Nutrition, and Dr. Leonora N. Panlasige, R&D, DPBCN, Dean Emeritus of School of Nutrition.
Teka, parang ibaba, konti mo pa. Masisiyahan na yan. Ayan. Ha?
Yes, Doc. Thank you po.
Yes.
And of course, I also want to award this certificate of appreciation to Mr. Dave Clark this season, R&D MSc, with the same certificate written earlier. And we also present a certificate of participation to all the attendees of our webinar. So written here is Philippine Women's University School of Nutrition hereby award this certificate of participation for attending and participating during the conduct of webinar entitled Phytochemicals in Processed Foods, Impact on Health and Disease, given the 2nd of July 2022 via Zoom meeting, signed by Marilyn Te, MD Webinar Overall Coordinator, and Vanessa Sibalos Marasigan, MSc R&D, Program Chair, School of Nutrition, and Dr. Leonora N. Panlasige, R&D, DPBCN, Dean Emeritus, School of Nutrition. So don't forget to answer the evaluation form to receive your certificates. And the award team will just email all of you your certificates after this webinar. Thank you. So, you know, Ms. Dawn, I really learned a lot about phytochemicals in this webinar. I mean, I know that it is present in all those fruits and vegetables and some drinks, but right now I was amazed by all of the speakers, including you. I even took notes to add it in my patients' consultations.
Yes, I can see that all the speakers really did a very good job, including you. And I learned not just how important phytochemicals are in our health, but it can also prevent a lot of diseases. So I know that everyone right here also learned a lot. I hope
I
so.
know. Yes, I know there are, Miss Dawn. So thank you very much, everyone. Please don't forget again to fill out your evaluation form posted in the chat box to have a chance to join our final round of raffle prizes and to get your certificates. So finally, to close our fruitful webinar, he graduated at University of the Philippines, Diliman with a Bachelor of Science degree in Community Nutrition. He is a licensed nutritionist dietitian with a master's degree of clinical nutrition in Philippine Women's University. So for the closing remark, let us all welcome our beloved professor, Sir Dave Clark, this season, R&D MSc.
Thank you, Jesslyn. And nowadays, consumption of processed foods is widespread and continues to grow. And this is evident. We have seen it in the papers that were presented by our wonderful speakers for today. Convenience is a major consideration in a fast-paced lifestyle. And it is great to know that there are a lot of processed foods that are functional foods, beneficial for health based from today's session. And definitely, us healthcare workers have a big role in its promotion to the population. With this, I would like to thank our MSc and team of students for today's session. Certainly very relevant and fruitful. And to our Dean Emeritus and teammate teacher for this class, Dr. Panlasigi, maraming salamat po. Thank you for the guidance and sharing what you know, the sleepless nights that you and I are handling the students. And the PW team for all your help, the School of Nutrition, and shout out to the Media Center. Maraming salamat for the support. And of course, our sponsors, Warwag Pharma, Nestle Health Science, Unilab Westmont, Fresenius Kabi, and Bandwell Colonamine. Maraming salamat. And syempre, to all our participants for attending, for your presence today, and the insightful questions. This completes the fruitfulness of today's session. So, until our next seminar, hope we will see you again. Magandang hapon po, and have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Dave. I think Dr. Panlasiga will just added something. Yes, Doc?
Yes. Okay. I just want to now don't forget the group picture, huh? Yes. I just want
to
congratulate all of you guys, after hard work, after all this, ano ba ang ginagawa namin sa inyo, criticism and all that. I think you did a very good job.
Thank you, Doc.
And thank you for all the goodies that you have, given us also. And also, most importantly, I would like to thank the PW ICT. Ano nga ba yun? ICT. Iba yung ICT sa Vlad. Si Vlad, si Patrick, at saka si Ivan. Right? Meron pa bang iba kailangan pasalamatan sa PW? Wala na, no? Guys?
ICT
PW in general.
PW in general for giving.
And thank you. So these are your
multimedia
efforts.
team.
Well done. All right, so meron pa kaming trabaho ni Mr. Season. After this, we're going to evaluate your grades. We're going to calculate your grades.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll see, I hope, against hope, lahat kayo ay passing, no? From 1 to 2. Okay? All right. Again, words cannot express my feelings now. And after all these hard works, overtiming, criticism, and all that, no, ano to? I am shouting at you guys. And now that's the end of our, of our sacrifices. So once again, thank you very much. And I think Mr. Season has to still work.
For our last set of raffle prizes, where we all have the chance to get the major prizes. But before that, I just want to ask everyone here first to open your camera. Not wait any longer, may I call on Ma'am Nicole to facilitate our last raffle draw. I know you are all excited. We are also. Okay, Ma'am.
We're hoping.
I hope, yes.
Yeah,
we're
we hope
hoping to win.
To win, but unfortunately, walang swerte. Bigyan na lang natin sa participants. Okay, Ma'am Nicole, go ahead.
Thank you, Ma'am Jesslyn. Hello, everyone. I know you're all excited to test your luck and see if you will be one of our lucky winners for today. But first, let me thank our generous sponsors for this seminar. Warwag Pharma, the Nestle Health Science, Unilab Westmont, Bandwell Colonamine, and Fresenius Cavi. Thank you very much. Now, only 2 winners claimed their prizes on the first raffle. So, for this raffle, we will draw again 2 winners for the tumbler and 2 winners for the snack bags worth 500 pesos. And before we officially end today's activity, we will draw 6 lucky winners of 500 pesos worth of GCash load, and 3 winners of 1,000 worth of GCash load. Again, I would like to remind all the winners to please type in your complete name on the Zoom chat box or in the comment section on the FB Live. You have 10 seconds to type in your complete name so we can recognize your presence. Otherwise, we will spin again to give chance to the other participants. Again, you will only type your name in the chat box when your name appeared after each draw. Okay, so let's start. Ma'am DL. Please spin the wheel. And Mr. Galvarole Ronel.
Count. 10, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
5, 4, 3,
2, 1. Okay, next.
Miss TL, please. Yes, Miss Rosel Payawan. Please type in your name if you're present. Again, last call for Miss Rosel Payawan.
Remove, Ma'am Diel.
Okay, sayang naman po ang prizes. Another one, Ma'am Diel.
Malapit ako nasali, oh. One move na lang.
BAA Chris. Please type in your name if you're present. Okay.
Remove.
Remove again. Next one.
Ayun, ma'am.
She's present po.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Okay.
For the second tumbler, Mr. Lyle Nombrado.
Student mo yan. Lyle. Nasaan ka?
Lyle.
Student.
Oo.
Booking.
Booking. Wala.
Baka mabagal mag-type.
Okay. Okay, next po. Wala si Lyle. Mr. John Patrick Bala.
Ilampasan din ako.
Please type in your name.
I think present si Sir.
Yes.
Yes po, nakasulat na siya kanina. I think okay na po.
Congratulations, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Next is the snack bag worth 500 pesos. Miss DL.
May message for Lyle.
Present siya sa FB.
Oh, okay. Sige.
Okay.
So, another one pa po
Yan na
for
lang,
the snack bag. Apple Ren's Ally. Yun. Congratulations, Miss Apple. Okay, the next raffle draw that we will do is the 500 pesos worth of Gcash. So, on the else minute. Miss Kristen Faye Ordanza.
Wow, congrats! In views ako 500 yan
Congrats, Miss Christine. Next one, Ma'am DL. Sir Vlad. Congrats.
Yes, Sir Vlad. Congrats po.
Congratulations.
Congrats, Sir Vlad. Next one po. Gerald Kim Consolacion. Mr. Gerald, are you present po? Okay, Ma'am DL, I guess. na po. Joshua Matthew Kayaban. Okay, next one po.
Woo!
I won!
Sana all.
Sana all!
Thank you.
Ma'am, please type your name. 10, 9.
Never
ma'am.
repeated! Ulit, ulit!
Namin, wala.
Ayun.
Galing.
Galing. Ang bilis.
Okay. Next one, DL. Karela Hill. Balahay. Okay, next po, ma'am.
Marami pa?
Congratulations po. Yes, Doc. 5 more winners pa po. Natalie La Chica. Congratulations. Okay, another one, Ma'am L. And Sophie, congratulations.
Well-deserved prize.
Ma'am, patay po ako. 10, 9.
Oh, yun. Ang galing.
Ma'am, kulang ng Celine.
Be accepted.
Kailangan mo full name.
Okay. The next,
may nagano po sa Facebook kanina, Natalie San Lachita.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
500 ka pa rin, so.
Yes. So,
Congrats,
nakasama
congrats.
tayo, no? For the last 3 winners, 1,000 pesos worth of Gcash load. Claire Delmo. Congratulations. Congrats po. You won 1,000 pesos. Next one po, Ma'am BL. Miss Angela Baguio.
Ano na siya, Ma'am Nicole? Anong price?
1,000 worth of Gcash load po.
Oo. Pang ilan na siya?
Second po. Ma'am Angela, please type in your name if you're present. If not, forfeited po. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Another one po, Ma'am BL. Pamilapis. Miss Angelica Milapis, congratulations. And for the last 1,000 words of Gcash load, Jeanette Pahilan. Miss Jeanette Pahilan. Please comment your name if you're present. Ayun. Present po si ma'am. Congratulations po.
Yun. So, congratulations to all the winners and thank you for all the sponsors. And also a big thanks to the multimedia team, the ICT, the PW team, and to our dear professors. And of course, thank you very much everybody for staying until the end. We hope that you learned a lot today. So before we end, are processed foods good for your health? Of course it is. No questions asked. Thank you for coming to our PW Current Issues and Trends in Clinical Nutrition webinar entitled Phytochemicals in Processed Foods, Impact on Health and Disease. Goodbye and stay safe, everyone.
Last reminder po, for the lucky winners, please wait for the organizing committee representative to contact you on how to claim your prizes. Again, congratulations!